Boy, Jimmy was quick. Came in here, I never seen him. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
I'll also be happy to have another.
Okay, we're going to start the city commission meeting. We're going to start off with a flag salute, followed by the invocation led by Sergeant Bill Downing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Almighty Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight, and Father, we do acknowledge you as the sovereign authority, the universe over. Father, it's on bent knee we come before you tonight. We ask your hand upon our community. We ask your hand upon those who work for this community and how we do our work, and we ask your hand upon this commission. As Solomon wrote, may we not lean on our own understanding, but Father, always look to your word for guidance and in your will for us. And may we do that to the best of our abilities, that we serve this community in a way that is pleasing to you. And Father, we pray that you'll place your hand upon our nation as we continue to be more divided every day, that you'll heal this nation, and that we'll work together in peace and love and harmony. Father, we pray your hand upon our service members, those who are deployed and those who are stationed abroad away from their families. We pray that you'll be with them, comfort them, bring them home safely, both physically and emotionally. We pray for the families left behind, that you'll comfort those left behind as well while their loved ones are gone serving. We pray for our first responders. We pray for our police chief and our fire chief, that you'll bless them with wisdom and courage to lead their departments in the way they ought to, and that you'll protect us all and bring us home safely each night. We pray these things as we move forward in the name of your Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
How's that Red Bull Scholar? Second one, okay, we'll lead off with the consent agenda. Was there any questions on the consent agenda tonight? Yeah, we're also going to remove G and H, the February financials and the March financials until the next meeting. So G and H will come off there. Is there any questions on the remaining items?
On the no walk, is Jason here? Did you go over and inspect everything on no walk for the final? Not the final yet. Okay. They're not done yet. Okay.
No, and I know there's corrections that have to be made to the financials, so I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items G and H, the February and March financials.
Second. Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, up next is the public comment section.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I think there was an item actually before the invocation recognizing law enforcement that we have some individuals here for.
Under flag salute recognitions.
Daniel Kaiser presentation.
Okay. Okay. Travis, do you want to do this? Totally skipped right over it. Did you just see a flag salute?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am Daniel Kaiser. I am a law enforcement liaison with the Department of Kansas Traffic. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. The Kansas Department of Transportation. I'm here to give an award, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and let you know what's going on behalf of your city because of the leadership of you and your chief. This award is given by AAA of Kansas and Sean Stewart, the one that is actually in charge of that for the state of Kansas, other than Kansas City area. Imagine that. Now I'm here to present Fort Scott Police Department with the 2021 Kansas Community Traffic Safety Award, sponsored by AAA. This is the department's 4th straight year to receive an award. This award is provided again by AAA of Kansas to encourage communities to address local traffic safety issues in coordination with a cost-effective way of doing their traffic safety. Your police department, Fort Scott Police Department, is being recognized for a variety of activities and programs, including working closely with the high school with the SAFE program. SAFE is for seatbelts are for everyone. This is a program that's put on by the Kansas Traffic Safety Resource Office, and what that does is it takes funds from violators that do not wear their seatbelts and puts it in a fund where we can go out and educate our high school and middle school students on the realities of not wearing a seatbelt and what it can cost them. Also, they're involved with the the STEP programs that we have with the Kansas Department of Transportation. Your chief is actually gleaning taxpaying dollars back to your community that are given or asked from us by the federal government, National Traffic Safety Administration, given to the Kansas Department of Transportation. And then agencies have the ability and the responsibility, if you ask me, to glean that money back to your community by doing the grants that we offer. One of those is Click It a Ticket. Your agency was involved in that. That's a seatbelt infraction engagement. Also, for You Drink, You Drive, You Lose, that's a driving impaired campaign. And then also there's 2 timely mobilizations for, again, impaired driving around the Thanksgiving and the Christmas season, New Year's season. So your agency is doing this for your community. Another one is that they are involved with working with your city. There's 2 major intersections in the downtown area that they work with them and actually got 4-way signs in all directions to reduce the hazards there in traffic. They also have a mandatory seatbelt policy for their own agency, so they're not just telling people to wear it, they are wearing it also. The Fort Scott Police Department has earned the Platinum Award. That is the best award they can possibly earn, and it's bestowed upon only 26 police departments in our whole state, and they were recognized by AAA of Kansas for their abilities. Make sure I don't forget anything. Oh, also your chief was used the initiative. We were offering an actual speaker known around the nation to come in and talk to your high school students about traffic safety and seatbelt use, distracted driving, speeding, the major contributions to fatalities for youth. And that's one of the highest ways our youth, unfortunately, are being killed in our nation. And that's because of traffic crashes. Your chief brought this person in to speak to your children. So that's something else I just can't thank him enough for what he's doing. With all that being said, Mayor and Commissioners, I have the honor to issue the AAA Traffic Safety Community Award to your Chief of Police and the Department as a Platinum Award for the 2021 year. Again, thank you very much.
Well, we appreciate that a lot. We're pretty proud of them guys too, and Travis does a great job, and Tim, you as well. We appreciate all you guys do for us, and you deserve that award. And I've actually contributed to that seatbelt thing a couple times. Yeah, wasn't willingly.
I'm a little traffic cop, and I never wrote a ticket, but it wasn't because I cared about that person and the outcome of what they're doing. Unfortunately, Sedgwick County, where I work for Wichita PD, we took over the #1 fatality county just this past year, and a lot of it's because of seatbelt use. We've made massive improvements to the vehicles for safety, and I don't know how much we pay for vehicles, but we won't wear that $20 seatbelt that'll save our lives.
Right.
Thank you so much. And it's because of your leadership that you have a chief of police that will go out there and care about his community. It's not about harassing. You know, we give them information and they send it out. I know they do because it's on their forms that they publicize that they're going to do these campaigns. And it's because of your leadership that they're out there. Thank you so much.
We appreciate that. Thank you for coming in. Okay, now, if you guys don't mind, I'll move on to the agenda. We got public comments coming up. We got Danny Craig here to speak. Danny, if you would speak into the mic, that way everybody at home can hear as well.
Hi, I'm Danny Craig.
Doing good so far.
All right. I'm here to talk about disc golf. Last year we had a tournament here. With 1 month's notice, we had 75 players show up. And I think, and this year we're set for another tournament for September 17th, and it's been anyway, it's been out there, so we're probably going to have at least 90 players. In order to have this tournament, it costs $2,100, and that's to get Russ Burns. He has a disc golf company in Springfield, Missouri, and he'll come over here and run this tournament for us. $2,100. That covers discs, towels, or each amateur gets a player's pack. In fact, I think everybody that shows up gets a player's pack. I'm not sure. Last year we had I think 3 or 4 people contribute. One was for $1,000. We had a couple other people, contribute $100 and $200, and then I ended up paying the rest. And what I was hoping for was to get some help this year from the city. Right now we have $300, and I really didn't want to pay the cost again this year. I don't mind putting in the work, that it takes to set the event up. I just don't want to cover the cost. So what I'm looking for is some help.
Is this a 1-day tournament, 2-day tournament?
This is a 1-day tournament, and hopefully, so what I'm trying to do is get it established. More people will know about Fort Scott and know about this tournament, and then eventually put in another golf course. That way, the more baskets we have, the more people we can have. And then turn it into a 2-day, possibly a 3-day. Emporia, Kansas just had a tournament last week, and they had 166 pro players. They had 540 amateurs, and they were there for 3 days. This is a tournament that's been going on for quite a while. And once we have one established, and possibly another course or 2, this can happen here in Fort Scott.
Are your participants all amateur or?
No, there's both.
Okay, so I used to compete in different types of tournaments. Is there an entry fee for these folks to participate in the
Yes,
tournament?
Yes, sir.
And how much of that, would that offset some of the money that you're needing to pay the $2,100?
No, the entry fees right now, everything is getting paid back out to the players. You got to bait them in before you can set the hook.
And
basically.
have you gone out for?
Everything's paid out 100% back to the players.
Have you gone out for any local sponsorship from local businesses?
We have $300 right now from other businesses in town. And no, I haven't hit the streets yet. I was hoping to get some help here. If not, then I guess I will.
I'm not saying we wouldn't be able to help potentially, but just some suggestions. I know there's other organizations in town that do things, and traditionally, we try and go out and see what we can get through local business support
Right.
before we take the taxpayer money and cover all of a fee. I'm not saying, I have 2 brothers and 2 nephews that play disc golf. They hear about this, they'll probably come down. But again, when do you have to have the funding to this gentleman in Joplin?
It'd probably be 1st of September. You know, we have discs made, and they have. I should have brought one, but they have a stamp on them that has Fort Scott Gun Park.
Sure.
The name of the tournament. So we have to give some notice of what we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea, and it's obviously bringing people to town. So why don't, if you guys want, we can have a couple weeks to think this over now, and because we hadn't heard about this yet. So we'll take a couple weeks to mill it over and give us some time to talk to the city manager, find out what kind of funds are available, maybe speak with Rob. He's the economic, what are you?
Tourism. Well, you got the tourism guy right next to you.
He's tourism.
I mean, I'd be happy to help however we can. I mean, I'll write you a donation check myself to put into the kitty, but I do think we might have a little bit of time, and I do some fundraising for other groups. We might be able to reach out to some of these folks in town, because the businesses in town are extremely giving for stuff to benefit the city, and I'd be able to help you out with that as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I think we can try that first. Is this kind of what we started last year?
Exactly what we started.
Yeah, and I don't play disc golf, but I knew Danny did that, so I threw in $1,000 last year to try to help Danny get started, hoping to turn into a 2-day tournament. And that's kind of the goal. And Danny chipped in. We went and got a few sponsors, but I didn't have time to go out. So, you know, I'd say if there's any businesses out there wanting to chip in, reach out to Danny, probably on Facebook or something.
Great.
So, and I would chip in again this year, Danny.
Is
So.
this that same tournament you guys
Yep,
did last
did
year?
on
during
the same
our
year
race?
during the so it was kind of nice. We had 70-some disc golfers, and then we had the bike
Yeah,
race
'cause
going
that was
on.
a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a last minute thing. You know, we
Right.
kind of had some hiccups.
You know, this could turn into something big.
Yeah.
You know, if in Emporia, the communities behind it.
If we get behind this and it turns into something big, will you cut us in on some of the profit?
I'll tell you what, then you can take it over.
Well.
And then
Well, Brad had a good question. Do you need anything else from like city, like shutting down the park or whatever? Being that's massacre weekend, it's probably already
Is that the same weekend again?
taken care of.
I think we're doing it.
Same weekend again?
I think Halsey has.
It's already out.
Maybe.
Thing at the same time.
Right.
So
And Jackson, would you be able to help with the social media, the promotion? Okay, good deal.
all right, great. So
Thanks for coming in, Dan.
Well, and I will just say, you know, yeah, I played disc golf a long time ago, but what you've done for disc golf, I mean, you kind of are the reason why we have it in Fort Scott. And I mean, you put in a lot of time and effort out there. So if anyone ever has a question, they always say, go ask Dan. So, yeah. I
Are you a
appreciate
pro?
I'm very good.
Right.
I got a card. All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for coming
you.
in, Dan
Thank you,
Craig.
Dan.
Okay, up next is Rob Harrington and Jackson Tuff for their presentation.
I don't like being over here. I want to be able to see everybody.
There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. You'll find in front of you a little bit of information about our 2022 marketing campaign. I'll hit the highlights and let you kind of read through this. The CVB fund cash balance was $83,730.67 as of December 31st of 21. Cash carryover was anticipated at $44,357, which would, according to my math, allow the CVB fund an extra $40,000 from 2021 to 2022. As long as our transient guest dollars continue to come in as anticipated, at least $35,000 per quarter. And you'll see on the second page the TGT quarterly collection, which for the first quarter was $44,395.44, and that's up considerably over our budget. And I might make note that if you look at year over year, from 2015 through 2022, I think we're making progress. And I want to continue to do that, continue to build on that, because we've come from 23,000 and change, 28, 29, 35, 38,000 in 2019 and 2020, 33,000, 2021, 26,000, and this year, $44,395.44. Some of our current expenditures today, and I just wanted to keep you in the loop on the third page. We've done central brochure distribution, and that really is they distribute our brochures, pamphlets, rack cards throughout the state, and allows a lot of folks to discover a little bit about Fort Scott. A lot of the rest of this is print for the first several lines. You can peruse that. And then we have several social media expenditures. I do not have this updated with this last week because we spent some money. It's a little more money for the big Kansas road trip to help promote that. On the next page, there are always opportunities, and we've identified several potential growth areas for Fort Scott tourism, and I'd like to pursue these soon, and some of them we'll have to pursue in the future because we can't just do everything in one day. But you can look through that, work with Bourbon County Fairgrounds and others for expansion of motorsports, other events. We just did have the first annual Fort Scott Mud Run at the fairgrounds. It was attended by approximately 500 attendees and participants, and very good event. Matter of fact, I talked with the folks who did it, the Kansas Ram Club, and talked about some things that we might be able to do to improve that event. So that's on the way. Actually, they're even talking about possibly coming back in the fall for another event. So we're already having those conversations with a brand new event. Something else that I've been talking with several folks about that I think is something that we could move on pretty soon is to package up the Gordon Parks experience, the 1st Kansas Colored Infantry Regiment. I've been actually visiting with Carl Brenner at the fort, who is very knowledgeable, Kirk Sharp at the Gordon Parks Museum, and Matthew Wells gave me some very good input on that as well. So that's something else I want to follow up on, add to that, package it up, and tell that story of this is a pretty special place, that a lot of things happened, a lot of people grew into leaders. And so that's something that we should celebrate and promote. And I'm not going to go through each one of these. Gravel grinding. I met a fellow by the name of Leland Daines at the last tourism conference I went to the end of last year. And we discussed the possibility of making some routes around Fort Scott. These are normally 10, 20, 30, and 40-mile routes. Normally have a couple of those at least. So for different skill levels, but I think there's a lot of potential there, visited with several folks about that, including Commissioner Walker and Sean Goins and others. But I think that there's a lot of potential there if we can get some routes. It doesn't cost a lot because we're not building anything. We're using established gravel roads, and that's something that we have plenty of around here and all throughout the state. Mr. Daines is out of Emporia, and he helped found it was called the Dirty Cans at the time, and they changed the name to the Unbound Race, and so there may be potential there. Of course, expansion of rodeo activities, that's something that we always, Rob and I were talking about that just the other day, about, you know, how we think that there's a lot of potential there with Fort Scott Community College and others to really bring more events to Fort Scott. So that's on our radar. Also working on a couple of things with Southeast Kansas Tourism Region Group. One of those is the possibility of shared rack cards across the region and grow that outward from Southeast Kansas. Another one is a golf.
What is that
passport.
first? Shared rack cards.
Thank you for asking. That essentially is finding a location, a series of locations. Let's just say maybe a group of convenience stores that are owned by one entity. And if we could work out an arrangement with them to carry some type of rack that we could then put our literature on, and as well as maybe allow private business or organizations to also put their information on it for a fee. So it's
Kind of
really,
like what you see in Branson or whatever when you pick up all the cards.
Exactly. Yes, thank you. But those are just things that we've been talking about the last several months, and some of the things that I see opportunities in. You know, we've moving on down the page. You know, we've used Relax, Renew, Reconnect, Relive for several years now, and we also use Roam the Roads to Fort Scott, which I think are very good positioning statements for us. I've reviewed those, reviewed a lot of different ones from communities all over, really across the country, just in comparison, and to see what they're doing. We also have started using, where it's applicable, where the Western frontier began. After a lot of my conversations with Carl Brenner and learning about the history of the fort and the area, we have as much right to claim that as anyone. So whenever it's appropriate, whenever the fort has an event especially, or some other like event, I like to use that. And we did that just a couple of weeks ago when we were promoting the fort's annual Civil War encampment. So,
Hey, Jackson,
yes, sir.
just skipping back for a second.
Certainly.
The SEK Golf Passport, I think I've got an act, but can you explain that? Isn't that where we would give, you know, it's like a collaboration agreement with other golf courses. It would be in Southeast Kansas.
Correct.
Can you briefly kind of give the details of what that would mean or entail?
Well, and it's still in brainstorming mode, but that's essentially it. Is, you know, we have a lot of members in the Southeast Kansas tourism region, and that essentially it goes as far north as Emporia and on west. Oh gosh, Coffeyville and down in that area. So, but you know, if we can get together as tourism professionals, and this group they're really good at, you know, we all work well together, and so we're trying to accomplish more as a region, because I think, you know, as the old saying, together we're better. So that's kind of what that is. But yes, utilizing each other's strengths, which is, you know, if you've got a strong golf course like Fort Scott does at Woodland Hills, one of the top 10 in the state, that's something I think would benefit us. Of course, the last thing that I wanted to mention in positioning statements is back to this idea that there's been discussion of combining and incorporating Gordon Park, Company D, Kansas Colored Volunteer Infantry Regiment, and other little known or undertold stories of our progressive African American leaders and events from the Fort Scott area. And I just think it's an inspirational story that should be told. So I'll leave it at that until we have more information. Tonight, I just wanted to speak just a little bit about marketing and branding in our online age. And we do a lot online, but I think it's important that you all know a little bit more about where my head is for tourism. I think we need to continue to build a strong brand, and I think we've done a pretty good job of that. I think my predecessors did a good job of that. But it's something that we can also build on. We can expand our social media reach and target consumers that fit our primary visitor demographics. There's a reason that content creators, videographers, social media marketers, and creative directors exist. They're very adept at what they do. And it's, we're here, we have to compete with other destinations in the world of highly produced and slick ads. So I'm always keeping that in mind and making sure that what we're doing is top notch. Of course, we want the best opportunity is to expand our reach, is to work with folks in creative and retain some digital experts to counsel us for that. Brand awareness, critical, of course. People have to know who you are and what you are before they'll ever visit. We want to optimize our search engine rankings, of course. But the bottom line is online advertising, our websites, our social media, all crucial. And it's where consumers find the information to support their travel decisions. Wanted to point out on the next page some of the benefits of a professional advertising team, folks who do this for a living. The strategy, of course, they're able to help us create a marketing strategy, a plan of action, to supply creative. I consider myself a pretty creative person, but there are folks out there that are a lot more creative than I, using the latest concepts and equipment to help us convey the message that we want to convey. The production teams that do this, they spend several days in Fort Scott shooting video at different locations in and around the city, just to make sure that our target audiences see the true beauty and what we're about, our attractions here in Fort Scott. And of course, the placement of that, after we create digital ads with shorts, and my idea after talking with a couple of different folks is to have probably a 2-minute, a long version, and then be able to cut that down into 10s and 15 seconds that focus on a certain aspect of Fort Scott. Okay. Any questions about that?
Do you have any idea how much something like that would be?
Oh, I do. And that'll be on the last page. I just didn't put any amount in here because I didn't want you to stop and be thinking about
Sticker shock.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mayor. Sticker shock.
Work us into it.
But the next page, social media, our paid posts. I've really been trying to focus on communities that are near and far. So it's been a pretty broad approach, yet targeted to certain communities. And you'll see there, we're doing things in Emporia, Fort Smith, whenever there's something with the fort, because I figured people from down that area that are into the fort will be into our fort. Of course, Joplin, Kansas City, Manhattan, Topeka, Tulsa, Wichita, and others. But that just kind of gives you an idea. But you can look down through. These are some of the posts that we've done. Many of them have been paid or boosted posts, and really most all of them.
Like when you do post for like Kansas City, what is that? Is that just, you have a Facebook site or something you're paying for up there? How are we promoting
Well,
to our neighbors to the north?
I use what's called geofencing,
Okay.
which is picking a specific city, or you can even narrow it down to zip codes, and I mean pretty narrow. But yeah, so maybe sometimes it's Olathe, or sometimes it's a different town.
Okay.
But those are the people that we're trying to target through that. Of course, we also promote things like Dolly the Trolley and historic downtown, things of that nature. Our in-house online advertising, of course, we want to continue to post local content through geofencing, as I mentioned, mainly within about a 200-mile radius is what we've been averaging. We want to continue to do website updates, and by the way, I want to thank Lisa Lewis. Lisa came in, and not too long after she started, I was screaming help, and she did a great job of helping me. She found the time to help me update some things on the website that needed it. And then I think we want to add another form of social media, another outlet, whether it be TikTok or whether it be YouTube. But again,
TikTok.
need to do a little research.
I like the TikTok idea. Everybody's watching TikTok.
Yeah.
Am I right?
A lot of people are.
Yeah, all the cool kids are.
It
I must be
is.
too old.
I want to say
You haven't seen it yet, Tim. Explain to Tim what Tim's TikTok.
I looked.
He looked at the clock.
It's videos, and more videos.
Yeah.
But I believe the last time I looked, TikTok was coming in at number 3 or 4. Facebook, Instagram, and then the rest of them. But it has been skyrocketing.
Yeah.
Or has skyrocketed.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I try to pay attention to what's coming up, but I can't imagine Instagram's even in there because
It is.
Facebook and
It
TikTok.
is.
Probably one of the best Fort Scott videos I've ever seen was actually, I mean, and it would need to be updated, but it was done several years ago, and it's called Fort Scott in the Middle of Everywhere.
Right. I've seen that.
And it showed the golf course, the shops downtown, the lake, the LaRoche Stadium, the whole 9 yards, and it just flows. So in the industrial park,
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's a great video,
Mm-hmm.
but
Right.
it's on YouTube. That's where us old folks.
But
go.
probably needs to be updated, as you say.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. So continue to focus on that. Our print advertising. I told you what I had spent money on. There's some things upcoming that I'd like to spend money. Some of our funds. That's Kansas Magazine. I've reviewed that. Do some quarter-page ads in their summer nostalgia issue, farm to table, and their winter issue. Then also in Southeast Kansas Living, we've used that pretty consistently, and I plan to do more full-page ads in that summer, fall, and winter. I've already bought our spring ad for that. Expos, festivals, fairs, and shows. Really, I'm focused on the Kansas State Fair. They actually have the Kansas tourism booth will allow folks in tourism to come and represent in their booth. So that's fantastic. Doesn't cost a lot of money, travel expenses, and then also there's going to be another weekend that's going to be the tourism weekend, and I want to say that was still wasn't very much, $250, something like that, plus travel and all that, and other opportunities as they provide. I will tell you, last Friday, and I haven't put a lot of these in here, festivals and events, because I keep hearing from people in the industry, even as late as last Friday, Kurt Sharp and I took a representative from Kansas Tourism out to show her around. She is a marketing manager, and I visited with her about some of this, and I said, "What do you think about those?" And she said, "That's not where I'd spend my money. It's because the fees normally are pretty high, plus your travel, plus your time, and your accommodations." She said, "I'd back off of that and really full steam ahead on your online assets."
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I've done here. I've taken a little bit of that out, put a little more in this basket.
It's kind of like instead of going door to door selling vacuums, put it on social media and tell them you got cheap vacuums.
That's right. Yeah. So, and I just included the tourism conference coming up. I went to that last year and plan to do that again this year, and it was a very good experience, as a lot of those are. You know, you learn from your contemporaries. A large expense that we need to look at is our rack cards. The ones that I mentioned are distributed across the state. They're the main showpiece at the visitor center, and the things that we hand out to everybody who wants information about Fort Scott. Those are several years old, and they have some outdated materials. There's some businesses that are no longer represented, and some just information that's outdated. So I'd like to change those this year if it's possible. And then motor coach tours, they've gone down considerably even before the pandemic. But that just tells me do you stop trying? No, you just have to work a little harder and a little smarter. So again, I rejoined the Tour Kansas, which is the arm of the motor coach arm of the state tourism organization, and put out there's a company called Red Hot Groups. They partner with destinations and attractions all across the United States, but I can target through that Midwest and West, which is, I think, where we probably ought to be. Instead of buying the entire country for a huge price, I can narrow that down and target a little bit. But that's another thing that we'd like to do this year. On the next page, signage replacement. And this is one that I've been thinking about for pretty much since I arrived about a year ago. There are 6 directional trolley signs that lead people back to the visitor center and the trolley. And if you notice in this picture, I thought picture's worth 1,000 words. But if you look at that, can anybody read it to me, please? Sketch?
No.
Any ideas?
Yeah. I can
Thank
see
you.
the brown one, and it's farther away than the blue one.
Right. Yeah. So the point
terrible.
is, yeah, they're badly faded. So we should probably replace those. I called Tom Kaufman a while back and asked him, and he said probably about $100 a sign. Now, and that's just a start. If you truly, I know we get blind to it, but I'd ask all of you as our commissioners, look at the signage that we have, because if I'm not out on the street corner shaking hands with somebody, that's how we're communicating. It's important.
And I want to comment on that, because you're exactly right. We've had people come through, and you said we become blind to it, and we do. Yeah. That's just like an eyesore or anything else. Once you've seen it for so long, you just drive right past it and don't realize it's even a problem. Now, on that sign, one thing I might add is if you might be able to cut a little bit of the cost with just vinyl, like a vinyl layover that could be changed out or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
But another thing I wanted to say was, and I think Kelly may be working on that, is
Kelly has mentioned that to me, yes.
as far as the where you go into a town and it says restaurant this way, Arby's that way, McDonald's over here.
Well, Kelly, was that wayfinding signage or just directional signage?
Yeah, and I talked to the state representative. She said they actually had brought that up 15 years ago, and there was a hiccup somehow, and she was going to check into it, why it didn't get through and push through. So she said she'd get back with me, but It's in the process, yeah. Now, our restaurants and such will have to prescribe to it. There's some cost to it, but well worth the price. So
For that signage there is?
yeah, yes, but they said for some reason when they checked into it about 15 years ago was the reason that Fort Scott couldn't do it. And she said she thought they had got it resolved, but she was going to make sure that it got resolved, and then she'd come down personally.
Well, it'd be interesting to know the pricing because we could also apply for our own signage ourselves and put up our own billboard if it was too steep.
Right, right.
Well, everybody looks for the little blue signs as the thing.
Well, I
So,
understand. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the travelers.
I don't think it's that cost prohibitive, but city by city, so.
Okay.
But we're on it. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep, and I'd kind of forgotten that you'd mentioned that to me the other day, so thank you very much. You know, something that I would love for us to see, and at this point, it's kind of a dream because I've asked for a couple of estimates, how much and looking at other communities about our size, and they spend from $50,000 to $90,000, and that's a pretty wide range for wayfinding signage, which is color coordinated. Your municipal's one color, your tourism attractions are another color, parks another. But I really drove around with clear eyes, with new eyes, and we're missing some signage here to be able to get people. Well, let's just say to Woodland Hills Golf Course. There should be some strategic signage to get folks there. So that's probably a topic for another time because we don't have that in the budget.
No, but it's worth working on for sure.
It's worth working on, and I think that maybe if we can find some money somewhere, at least we could take some smaller bites and maybe do this in a process versus just doing the whole thing at one time. But just wanted that to be on your radar. Next item, promotional items. We utilize a lot of these. Visit Fort Scott mugs to visit Fort Scott pins and everything in between. But we plan on spending some money on that. We put together goodie bags for, my wife, my lovely wife, Michelle, and I. I'm sure she's watching. Went out to Kansas Rocks, out to their Frostbite event, and had a good time, and passed out a lot of literature and some little tchotchkes, ice scrapers. Thought, ice scrapers are good. This is the Frostbite event. And keychains, American flag keychain on one side and Visit Fort Scott on the other with the website. So I try and target that. I don't just willy-nilly, let's just throw these out. I try and target to the audience that we're trying to reach out to. So anyway, that's going to be in the budget on the last page. Last thing is events items. I was thinking last couple of weekends when I was out at events, a couple of things that we don't have that might make a nice welcome for visitors is something like a welcome to Fort Scott tent and these feather flags that are pictured there. They call them feather flags. The ones I was looking at were two of them. They're 14 feet with aluminum poles. So pretty self-explanatory. And those things run the gamut. My goodness, they run from, $150 to $1,500. So I try and go middle of the road or a little bit higher just for quality's sake, so it'll last. But on the back page is the Fort Scott Tourism Marketing Plan Summary. If you have any questions, welcome to field those now or later. Rob, do you have anything?
I have a few. After like the last week events, do we do any economic impact studies?
Go ahead, Rob.
So on that, yeah, we're going to actually track that a little bit better than we have in the past. Just we have to wait, obviously, until we get the results back on sales tax. Kelly, they come in month after. Is that correct? Every month, about the middle of the month, what we did last month. Sales tax. Yeah. So, when we get that, we'll take a look at that and look at what kind of impact it did. The good thing is, we base that off historic years, so we'll base it off what compared to last year. And obviously, those 3 events that happened this year did not happen last year, so it should be a good indicator. Now, I will tell you, we can't go down to the date, like the day of, but we can give you a somewhat of an economic impact on the month total. So it's obviously we can't say the mud run had this exact impact, dollar amount impact, but we can say in this month, because of the events that happened, we had this much impact.
I remember when they had that LaRoche, maybe the bubble tournament or something before, they did a weekend impact. I didn't know if they break it down to the weekend or. I remember doing that about a year or so
Yeah,
ago.
I think there's something you may be able to get from the Department of Commerce or something like that that might be able to break that down a little bit. But I think that's more of if we were to have a tournament that filled this many rooms, they can give you kind of an idea of what the impact would be. But I don't know if they can give it to you after the event. Maybe if you said this is how many rooms were full, they could give you some type of event impact. But it would be an estimate, not a guarantee that that's the amount. So
On the rack cards, do we have anything in there that tracks it? I know we give away promotional, so I don't know if like in a rack card you can put in come to the chamber and get a promotional item, and then if it's something on social media, maybe do a different promotional item that we can kind of track which ones might be actually bringing people to town. Do we do any kind of tracking at all?
We don't do that. I mean, yes, we do some. I'll give you an example. In the Big Kansas Road Trip Guide, we have a coupon for the trolley. So, we'll see how many they get for that. And yes, we do some of that. Probably should do more.
Yeah, I just know, like in our business, we might advertise here and do a free oil change, and this one might be free tire rotation. That we can kind of track and see which items are being.
one thing we might be able to do is Q codes.
Yeah.
And so if you have Q codes, if we're able to put Q codes on our rack card, when somebody pulls out the rack card, they can scan that Q code. Maybe it says scan this Q code for a coupon at businesses within Fort Scott. And when it scans that Q code, it gives them. It can give you the location of that person when they scan it, and they can track where these people are picking up the rack cards. And so we can look into that. I think that's part of what Jackson was saying about looking at some other ways to market with outside groups, because they have that ability to kind of look at some of those different ways of marketing and targeting those individuals. So that is something I think we could look at. I mean, it would give us a better indication. Okay, maybe we need to put more here, but maybe not as much here when we look at our rack cards and our distribution. And it should give us information on targeting on the social media side too, to say, okay, we obviously do more rack card distribution in Kansas City, so maybe we send more to Kansas City and less to Tulsa, or vice versa. So go ahead. I wanted to touch base. Okay. I did want to touch base on something, and Kelly did a good job of putting this in his city manager's report, so I don't want to touch base on it twice. But I do want to, if you look back on the page that Jackson had, I can't find the page. Oh, number 2, the second page really, where we look at tourism guest tax quarterly collection. I do want to bring your attention to, 2022 is starting off really well, and then when you look at Kelly's report, he's kind of did the math for us already on what quarter 2 approximately will bring in. So thank you, Kelly. But you're looking at approximately about a $14,100 increase compared to 2019, which was your best, or 2019, which was your best year currently that you brought in TGT. So you'll look, 38,000, and we're up 44, and then quarter 2 was 26, and Kelly's number says 34. So we're up $14,000 right now, trending higher than our best year yet. So I want to say that I think that says a lot about what Jackson and you guys have been doing in the past, but it shows us what we could possibly do as well if we do some of the things that Jackson pointed out, such as focus on some of the things we already have. We know we got a great park system. The gentleman that was here talking about disc golf and stuff. We have a great disc golf course. We have a great regular golf course, top 10 in the state. We have some hidden gems throughout the county with like Kansas Rocks and some of the lakes and everything. So we by targeting those outdoor baseball historic things we have and using the model that Jackson has brought forth to you, I think we could really trend a lot higher than what we've done in the past, in the historic past. And I think there's only one way to go up, which is up. And I'm looking forward to what we can do with Jackson's plan and what we can do with your guys' leadership and your cooperation and partnership. And I think it's going to be an exciting year and an exciting future for tourism in Fort Scott when we start really concentrating on some of the things that we already have. We just don't do a great job of marketing them. And then the only final thing I would say is, I just want to touch base on this too, is that remember, some of the stuff that Jackson mentioned are things outside the city limits of Fort Scott. What we have to understand is that when you look at when you look at Bourbon County as a whole, there's really only one place that has hotels, right? There's only one place that really has a huge restaurants and retail, and that's Fort Scott. So if we get a bunch of people coming in, if we market an event outside, say it's a festival or some huge event in western Bourbon County, if they're coming from the north, if they're coming from the south, they're most likely going to drive through Fort Scott at some point in time. And if they're staying, they're definitely going to probably stay at Fort Scott. There's a great chance. They might be RVing, but there's a good chance they're going to be in town. Marketing things outside the city is a benefit to the city. And so that's, we think that with economic development, and so we're going to try to do the same with tourism because both, I think, are intertwined. So.
Well, and that's a good point. But we watched a video in here a few meetings ago on the agritourism piece of it. No, I did see the lavender patch on here and all, but are we still looking at? We have several. We have the elk range. We have, the Black Dog Farms and all these other agritourism folks on there. I didn't see a whole lot in here other than the lavender patch about that, but I think Rob's point about the stuff that's nearby, finding ways where we have the resources to pull that in as well.
I think Jackson was just targeting some areas, but I know talking with him, he's talked about all of them. I think he just didn't want to give you a huge long list to have to read through every one of them. But we definitely want to target our agritourism. And as Jackson has told me before, if somebody comes in for one event, obviously we want them to hit as much stuff as they can in a daytime so they can say, wow, there is a lot to do here. We'll need to come back and get the rest of it. So
one suggestion also I might throw out there, take it or leave it, but working with the schools and the college as well on this TikTok deal, because there's going to be the professionals in that world, and that's the kids. They're going to know what's actually hitting right now and how you can attract people to look at this video and possibly get them involved in. I don't know if there's a class that does that, but everybody's got a cell phone can make a TikTok video.
I know the high school has the esports team that just did pretty good, and and they're on Twitch, which is basically
Twitch.
Yeah,
never heard of it.
It's for gamers and it's
live video streaming.
Yeah,
rhymes with sketch.
Yeah, put sketch
the
on
high
Twitch.
School did. I think they finished top 4 or 6 in the nation in their league recently, and it's the first year they've done it. They played the #1 team and ended up losing in the semifinals, which it's different from when we were, but you either evolve or someone else will. So so there's plenty of avenues, and I think he's right. Our schools could help with. So.
Absolutely.
Well, and I think we need to we need to do this as a team. It's going to take everybody to do tourism, to do economic development, to do community development together. And I think we've got a good start on moving that direction, and I hope we continue in that. But a big thing is you have to remember, if there's anything the city ready tourism, the county can do, if we get a large regional basketball tournament, or Southeast Kansas basketball tournament, or a state, 6A baseball is is coming. Those are all great things because it brings people from outside the community into our community, and they're going to spend money here. And so, anytime we can work with the college and try to get maybe, a golf tournament from the community college, try to get some of these college teams to come in, because they're going to come in the night before, they're going to stay the night possibly, they're going to play their match, and they're going to eat and do things here. So it takes all of us, and I'm excited about Jackson's plan. I think he worked really hard on it. I can tell you that. Being in the office with him, he spent a lot of time in front of the computer, crunching numbers and doing the research and talking with people like Matthew and them about ideas. And he did a really great job, and I commend him for his hard work on it. And
well, so do we.
So
Appreciate
thank you very
guys.
much.
Thank you for the report too, guys.
Thank you.
You bet.
Along those lines, were we going to talk about transferring some money over to Ready for them to get going on?
I think he had it during his, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, sir.
I think there's
Okay, up next, Miss Billy Joe Drake. I remember her from Eugene Ware, I think it was. Sweet little lady. Fort Scott Middle School for a little bit.
First of all, welcome, and thank you for having me come share. I'm not exactly sure what all you want to know about the coalition, but I represent the Bourbon County Coalition. I've been involved with it since I came back to Fort Scott to be a school administrator, and that was in 2000. So I've been involved for the last 22 years. A little bit of history about the coalition. Actually, there was a mandate in the early 90s that counties should coordinate their, what I call helping agencies, so that people that were in need could go to one location and get the help that they needed. And shortly after that, I will tell you, just as a bit of history, there were about 30 members of the coalition at that time, and their first thing that they worked on was school truancy. And obviously, all the school administrators were involved in that. Shortly after that, in 96 and 97, they applied for some grants through DCF, and they were awarded each year $107,000. So at that point, they were able to hire an office staff. I think they had 2 paid workers, and the effort was so that a person could come to the Bourbon County Coalition, and it was called Network for Families, for those of you that remember, and they would be able to leave that session knowing where they could go to get help. Because those grants ran out and Network for Families had to do away with their paid employees, Bourbon County Coalition now operates with 2 things. The first Wednesday of every month from 1 to 2, basically, all those agencies come together and we collaborate. Basically, we let each other know what the other one is doing, so that everyone knows if this person needs this, they should go there, okay? The other entity is the 9-member coalition board, and we 9 people have taken over the job of Network for Families. We have 2 major projects that we work on each year, and one of them is rent and utility assistance for low-income families, and the other one is the Family Swim Pass program. Right now, those programs are funded because Billy Joe just loves to write grants. That is not true, but I do it. We have received money from the Fort Scott Area Community Foundation, the Southeast Kansas Community Foundation. We are typically awarded a small amount each year from the T.B. Baker Foundation, Key Charitable Trust, and several years ago we applied and we have been funded by United Way of Bourbon County, which is no longer United Way. There's a different name for it. But we are still funded by that entity. In addition to that, we have several local organizations that generally donate to us every year. Our goal is that we can have enough money every year that we can at least spend $500 a month on helping people with rent and utility assistance. Those people have to go to Beacon to apply, and they have to be vetted through Beacon. They do not necessarily have to be a Beacon customer or a Beacon client. They could just, have an extreme hardship for some reason. David is very good to go through their paperwork, and then there is a committee on that 9-member board, and if he says it is somebody that really legitimately needs help, then 99.9% of the time the committee is going to approve that. At that point, money is never given to the individual. If the individual needs to get caught up on an electric bill, we're going to pay the electric company. We don't ever give them money. So that's really our main project. The other project is the family pool passes. And if you go back to the beginning of the coalition, part of the coalition was, and the reason they wrote the big grants to DCF when they got all the extreme funding, it was to provide things for young people in Fort Scott to do. We only help households that have children under 18 and under, okay? So our goal was to make sure kids had opportunities to do things. When we had lots of money, we also did recreation scholarships. The reason I came tonight was at the request of the city manager, but in the years past, when we first started in the late 1990s to do the Family Swim Pass program, we raised money and we bought the swim passes and we paid the city. And they always turned around and gave us our check back so that we had money for the next year. And I realize that the swimming pool is not a profitable entity, but it is an extremely important amenity for the city people as well as the county people. And it's a facility that needs to be utilized, and our goal is to get as many low-income kids available to the pool as possible. There have been a few years where we've had to foot the whole bill, and it just means more grant writing, and it means a lot of those 9-member board members or 9 people board members make a lot of personal donations. As I said, we used to have an office and 2 paid employees. Every penny that we raise goes to those programs that I just described. We make our own copies, we buy our own stamps. We don't do any of that in our budget. That's all from our personal pocketbooks. And we have often purchased several family season passes ourselves. But I guess at this point, if you have questions, but my purpose in coming was just to remind you that our goal is to make sure kids are involved. And also remember how many jobs for teenagers that the pool affords every summer. I had 3 children and they all worked at the pool at one point or another. So, it's not probably ever going to make you money, but it's a very important thing that we have. So, what questions do you have for me?
I don't necessarily have any questions. I think that was a great rundown, though, to explain what you do, because you always hear the Bourbon County Coalition, but we've never really understood. I haven't understood all the ways that you are involved with the community, and I think that's great because there are people that need help and need that hand up, and the fact that you guys are donating your time, that's big. I'm glad you have plenty of it because you're retired now, so this helps out. It does help out to help help people. Well, we've all when we used to volunteer at the school, I loved it, and I tried to explain to people you should volunteer because it makes you feel good. For all the negative in the world, it pays huge dividends just to see that smile on people's face, kids' face when they know they get to go to the pool all summer because of you guys.
Right.
So I appreciate personally what you're doing.
I thank you. I will also tell you that we have in the past. There have been summers where we have given a pass and that person caused a lot of trouble. So we really work hard with chastity to make sure that we do not afford a pass to somebody that's just going to be a troublemaker.
And I apologize to you guys for that.
Yeah, really, Kevin, you should.
I apologize several times over, and I'm sorry.
Are there any other questions?
Anyone?
Nope.
I will invite you anytime on the first Wednesday, except in July. We do not meet in July because often that falls on 4th of July. So we just don't meet in July. But any first Wednesday of the month at 1 o'clock at the conference room in the Scott View Apartments, come visit us. I will tell you that before COVID, we usually had 20 to 25 people there every month. And now it's more like 12 to 15, but it's still very worthwhile. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Drake. We appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll make a motion to donate 20. Is that what they're asking for?
Yep.
20
That's what we
family
did last
passes
year.
to the coalition.
I'll second that.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
If any of those kids like to play golf, holler at us too. I gotta do it. Okay, up next we're gonna have old business consideration of ordinance number 3608, mowing assessment charge for code violation yards. Kelly?
Yeah, I think this is what we talked about last
Yeah.
time,
It is.
Tim.
This
yeah.
was a
It
yeah
is.
request
Changed
I
it
had made to
from-
raise it from 75 to 100.
Yeah.
300
It
was
actually
too much.
changed it from 50 to 100.
It was
50.
I thought
50
it
to
was
100.
Yeah, we went the other way.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Because 300 was too much. I think previous commissions found out. We got codes guys now that have got to go out. The price of gas is up through the roof, and if you think about it, for $50, why would you ever mow your yard? You can wait four weeks, 4 to 6 weeks for it to get tall, and just say, "Oh, don't worry about it. For $50, I can, city come mowing."
Right.
So I had made a motion, and I'll make the motion to approve amending ordinance 3608, which would raise the city mowing fees for those people that have weed control problems from $50 to $100.
I'll second that.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Up next, rejection of the lake mower bids. I think we just need to formally reject this if somebody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we reject the bids and do everything with in-house products.
Second.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Up next, we have the public hearings that are going to be about the unsafe and dangerous structures. So we'll go ahead and have our codes officer come to the podium, and if you could speak into the speak.
All right. I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second. I did.
Tim.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Shane Walker.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen. Missing.
Yeah. Vanna Russell.
Make sure you use the mic.
Oh, did the mayor slip out on? No, you went there. Okay. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thanks for having us tonight. As you are aware, over a month ago, we came before you with a list of properties for the next round of demolitions. And before we begin our presentation tonight, I want to point out two things. Number one, I have with me all the legal documentation and proper notifications that were made on each property, which our fine city clerk, Miss Diane, sent out. So if you have a urge to see those and the certified return receipts, I have all that with me here. The next thing I'd like to do is out of the International Property Maintenance Manual, which is one of the ICC codes that we as a city adhere to, I want to read you a definition out of chapter 108.1.3. And this is the definition for structure unfit for human occupancy. And the IPMC manual reads as follows. A structure is unfit for human occupancy whenever the code official finds that such structure is unsafe, unlawful, or because of the degree to which the structure is in disrepair or lacks maintenance, is insanitary, vermin or rat infested, contains filth and contamination, or lacks ventilation, illumination, sanitary or heating facilities, or other essential equipment required by this code, or because the location of the structure constitutes a hazard to the occupants of the structure or to the public. So if you would, please keep this definition in mind as we go through each property. I do apologize. The resolution numbers I have are somehow got different than yours, so they'll be a little out of order from what you have on your agenda. The first one we want to present to you is 208 North Little Street. And originally, this house was brought to you for demolition, but the structure has since then been demoed by the property owner. The challenge we have is that it still needs to be cleaned up, and so I guess the question for the commission tonight is, would you like to give the property owner time to clean it up themselves, or would you like to go out for bid for us to clean it up?
What's the address on this one again, Bill?
This is 208 North Little, Mr. Mayor.
How long ago was the house demoed?
Thomas, that's been in the last few weeks, has it not been?
It was actually about a month ago.
Okay. Yeah, it's been about a month, guys.
Is there anybody in the audience representing 208 North Little?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Is the Kelshaw's here?
Well, it looks like they've got a good jump on it. They've had a machine in there. So, I mean,
I would recommend that we reach out to them
yes.
and ask them, you know, can
What's
they
the
get
plan?
it cleaned up in 45 days? If not, the city's going to clean it up, and you will get a bill for that.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, we'll have Inspector Nation reach out to them this week, and we'll go with 45 days on that.
Can we make that in a motion,
Yeah.
please?
Yes.
Do we need to? Do we do that during the public hearing or after?
No, you can do it during
Okay.
it. I think
On
you need
each
to,
house?
I think you need to address each
Okay.
house with a motion.
Well,
I think that's correct.
And
I'll make a motion that for 208 North Little, under the unsafe homes, that our codes team reaches out to the property owner, giving them 45 days to finish the cleanup, to put it within code standards, or there will be a bill assessed to them if the city cleans it up.
I'll second that.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Sean.
Sean.
Shane Walker.
I didn't know why I said Shane.
Who is? Go ahead, Sean.
Shane.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Kevin Allen. I wrote it for my S.
Yes.
Sorry.
And I would like, when you said, or the city will clean it up, are you saying the city's gonna go and clean it up, or we'll go through the condemnation process?
Well, Mr. Mayor, looking at this property, right, the way it stands right now, as much of it is down, I would think potentially, and Kelly, you correct me if I'm wrong, that a city crew could take equipment in there and pull that out. We could bill them for it, or do you think we actually need to go out to
No,
bid to just
we don't
remove
have
that?
anything that'll take nail embedded lumber like that. We don't have anything on tracks.
Okay, well, then I guess I would amend the motion to
We'd have to
put it out for bid.
Yeah, I think we're trying to have our city crews as busy as possible on road repairs and
Sure.
Cooper Street and things like that.
I mean, I haven't been by that lot since they tore it down. Visually, from this picture, it doesn't look like that much. But if we don't have the equipment and we don't,
Well, Kevin, we don't have on our excavator. We don't have a thumb.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
we really don't have demolition equipment.
You gonna approve his amendment?
I will second his amendment.
This is to approve his amendment. Josh Jones?
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey?
Yes.
Shane Walker?
John?
Yes.
Matthew Wells?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Good catch, Kevin.
Yeah. Next one.
Okay, house number 2, 601 West 2nd Street. Again, I apologize for the confusion on the resolution numbers. The notable concerns about this property, first of all properties have been disconnected. And Mr. Mayor, just so you know, based on previous conversation, Thomas and I reached out to Evergy, Kansas Gas, and City Water, made sure all utilities were disconnected and they're scheduled to have all meters pulled.
Okay.
At this property, the roof is in very poor condition. We have exposed windows with water obviously leaking inside. Interior walls are degrading. There is siding missing from the house, which obviously is then going to cause wood rot. And then we have a detached garage, which is in dilapidated condition. And so we'll have Thomas point out some of the notable concerns for you here.
Obviously, see here where they've got the fascia on that portion here settled, and it's missing completely. Siding, most of it throughout the garage around there is all missing. Part of your portions of your roof here that have been stripped to be redone and have not been retouched. Also, see a hole in the roofing here, and where it's peeled up on the backside there as well.
Is there anyone here tonight to speak on this property?
So I was just telling Bill, this property, which is 601 West 2nd Street, 312 South Heilman, and the 1409 South Ransom are on the tax sale list, and will most likely go to the land bank due to the fees that are attached to these buildings. However, the tax sale is being pushed back. So we have no problem with these going ahead and being demoed by the city as the tax sale is being pushed back.
All right. So also some of the other things you can't really see it through it on this photo.
Grab the microphone.
So you can't really see a whole lot on this photo here through the door, but you will find if you were to look into the property that a lot of the interior has been stripped out, and what wasn't due to the water that's been getting into the home, and the sheetrock and so forth, just falling or almost melting off the walls because of the amount of water that's been in there. You can see obviously the front deck and porch is in disrepair, holes in it over here, and wood rotting back away from there, missing your old stairs. Holes in the wall in the garage there. You can see there for the missing siding and so forth. Also, the roof in the back here, where this is obviously giving no protection to the structure at all. You can see where your metal fascia is peeling up. You're going to have water down all through there, as evidenced by, as I mentioned, the condition of the interior of the home as well. So our third house, 1409 South
Wait a
Ransom.
second.
Oh, wait. I would make a motion that we go out to bid for the removal.
Okay, you're not gonna go out for bid, you're gonna give them so many days to either repair or
Okay,
remove
you're
the
right.
structure.
You're right.
Sorry. You're following the
It's not the first
resolution.
Probably not for you either.
They have recommended 30 days on this,
Okay.
which would give them till June the 7th.
Make a motion that we send a notification of 30 days to repair and fix the home at 601 West 2nd Street. Or
And at that time, if they have not, it'll come back
It
before
will-
you for demolition.
it will come back to the city commission for demolition.
I'll second.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
All right, our third house tonight is 1409 South Ransom. A little background on this property. It has been really one of the thorns in my side going back to last July. Let's start by noting that all utilities are disconnected. The interior of this structure is extremely unstable. There's at least 2 to 3 feet of rubbish throughout the entire first floor of the house. There is no kitchen, no bathrooms. Most of the windows are broken out. Obviously, it's got a lot of water damage inside because there's no protective barriers there with the missing windows. This location is a prominent location for illicit activity. I think the term we've used previously is flop house. And that's understating the activity at this property. That explains the 2 to 3 feet of garbage throughout the house. The front porch is dilapidated, which Inspector Russell can attest to for you. This property has been such a challenge for us that we sent the codes team out to board up the doors and the windows just to try and slow down some of the activity there. They have repeatedly torn off our red tag signs, and we'll show you the spelling bee contest they had on the side of the house here in just a moment. But Thomas, you want to point out some of the tough spots here?
So,
Microphone.
so on your front deck here, where the first pieces that Bill was referring to, they right there where the arrow is on the photo on the right. The boards each have about 1 screw in them. If you were to look closely, you kind of see they put some screws in, but the gentleman that I guess was doing it before was trying to do it by hand with the screwdriver, so those screws didn't get more than a 1/2 inch down into anything anywhere. I ended up hanging off of that edge by my foot because it went underneath and my knee over the edge, and Norm got a good laugh out of that one, trying to get me up from there. But it's Bill saying, talk about the trash throughout. This is just through one of the windows that I get a photo of from areas that I was allowed to access from. But that's pretty standard throughout the majority of the house. Like everything, it's got to be pushed from one room into the next, piled up until they're running out of space. Bill mentioned there on the photo on the left for their spelling bee. Who'd you say one?
Yeah, that's actually been covered up several times and respray painted on there. So we put an arrow on there just to keep our meeting PG rated for y'all.
In addition, there even on that the stovepipe that's there, that block, everything on that side is busted up and stuff as well, not sealed, as is the one chimney that you can see on the front of this one. You'll find debris all around the house, furniture that was, shoved out in the yard, burn piles that they've had out there. Just not a good or a safe place for anybody, even us, to be in out there at that area. Roofing throughout is questionable. You can see where on the soffits there where they were falling off and so forth all the way around. There's nothing keeping water or people out at this point.
Tim, you want to say it again?
If I can remember how to do it right.
Diane, you want to say it for Tim
The
again?
code officer has requested 10 days be given, and I did kind of misspeak. The resolution states that if the house is not repaired or removed by the property owner within a 10-day period, the city will automatically go out for bids, and they bring the bids back before you guys.
I would make a motion that for 1409 South Ransom Street, that a 10-day notification be given to the homeowner to remediate or repair the structure, or we'll come back to the city to begin demolition process for bid.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And before we vote, did I ask, is there anyone here to speak on this property?
No, actually, Mr. Mayor, this property's been absconded. We have been literally unable to track down the owner. We think he's in Florida, but we've had zero success contacting him going back to August.
Okay.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
All right, house number 4, 220 South Judson. Again, all the utilities here are disconnected. This, once upon a time, was one of the most historical homes in Fort Scott. I think it was maybe a residence for nurses or something like that. But it's partly brick, partly wood. The brick part of the structure is in really, really poor condition. We'll show you a photo in just a minute. On one side, the bricks are cracked top to bottom. You've got brick foundation, which is crumbling all the way around the house. So we've got a major foundation issue. Missing windows, which again has caused water damage inside the property. There's missing siding, which has caused wood rot. And I've talked to the property owner. He's a very cordial gentleman. He's had a hard time keeping the drug activity out of that property. So again, this has been a spot for illicit activity here in our community. Here's 2 pictures of the structure. And Thomas, if you take and show the picture on the right and point that out.
Yeah, so before I had moved from Fort Scott years ago, I worked for Mid-Continental for several years. And this was one of that struck me as very obvious about the condition of it here. You can see from the very top all the way down to the window here, down both sides to these windows, and then down all the way through. You can also see where they had done repairs at one point under these windows, but they never finished anything throughout. So it's still not sealed. And the patchwork repairs that were done on the foundation here were done poorly, and more is just a cover-up than any kind of structural rehabilitation on these areas. There's another picture of backs actually under this window right here, where it is broken all the way through, completely separated, and literally nothing keeping it in place except for probably this window, wood window seal setting on it to keep it from tilting on out. But something like this in this condition, you're talking about having to almost lift the entire house off of that foundation and rebuild a foundation under it from the footing up. Unfortunately, just more than in the costs than you would have in the structure once it's done. You can see a couple of additions that were done on the back have gone into extreme disrepair. Nothing keeping the water out in most of these here, just raw open wood. And I believe on that first photo there, Bill, actually, it shows, back to the very first one. On this side here, it shows the upstairs. This here is the only access to the upstairs. It's blocked off from the inside, is my understanding, Bill?
Yeah, the first time I encountered this property, Mr. Commissioners, is that they actually had a ladder over the garage in order to get up to the top apartment up there. So,
Next picture, was there still a gas meter on top of that?
well, there is no service, so
Okay.
Kansas Gas will come remove the meter. We've got that call in. We made all those calls last week.
Those calls have been made. They should be, if they haven't been removed already, they will be any moment.
Uh-oh, another cloudy day.
No. And here I thought we were going to give Mr. Mackin some grief.
Yeah.
So, Bill, I think you and I, when I worked with you that day, drove around, this was also a house where there were still people going in and out of it because there was an extension cord running across the alley to this house that you had picked up. And
Yeah, we actually confiscated that extension cord.
Yeah,
We
and
did,
I
so-
will speak on this. I am technically the owner of this house.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, we talked to the gentleman who lives next door, said he was the owner.
yeah, he is owner, leasee.
Okay.
Still in the house, and so he has put windows in. And Mid-Continental, he has talked to someone to come and mortar it. But if you went by in the last week or so,
I have not in the last week.
there's 3 new vinyl windows in. The upstairs he took down because he lives next door.
Okay.
So there is access to the upstairs inside and outside.
Okay.
And he works out of town. And so the last
I knew that.
drug
we've
activity, he tore it down and is going to rebuild it, but he's working from the bottom up.
So are you wanting to give him some time to get it up to speed?
Yeah, I mean, he went by today and they were putting another window in today.
Okay.
And I asked
Whatever
him,
you go agree to.
yeah,
we'll be
he
fine
told
with.
me, he said probably 60 to 90 days is what he
Okay.
said with the weather and everything. And like I said, I told him, I said, it's something that needs to be done.
Yeah.
So, but you are right. It was the first house the Sisters of Mercy lived in when they came.
Yeah, I thought
It's-
that was the story behind it.
Is that right?
It was also one of the first doctors.
Yeah.
I mean, it was probably the nicest house in town for a long
And
time.
a year ago, the inside was still. Have you looked inside of it?
I have not had access to the inside in probably
the inside of
since, July.
Still within a year ago is amazing.
And it was the boyhood home of Don Miller.
Yeah. The woodwork's still all intact. It's funny.
Actually, Billy the Kid's hid out there for a while too. No, but what he's saying is true. And I actually possibly owned the house at one time as well. And but the inside of that thing is so cool. It really is.
So the last time I was in there, it was not in good condition. So if it's changed, we're happy to acquiesce to commission if you want to give him
And
time.
I think he came and spoke to you. He came and talked to you a few times.
Well, no, Mr. Russell and I went over and actually talked to him while he was outside working on it.
I think he came one time and asked about a building permit, and then you said you don't need that for that, and then you and Kevin, you and Thomas went over there and talked to him.
Yes,
He
we
was
did.
outside working,
Yeah.
So,
But Josh is right. It needs to be addressed, or it needs to come down.
yeah, and I informed him that he needs to work with you and everything, and like I said, as of today, they're putting another window in. I think all the windows are now in, if I remember right.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
So-
And one more question while we're talking about this. Did you say you've got to call in and take that gas meter out?
Yes.
Yeah.
How does the city of Fort Scott call and take a gas meter out on a private residence before we went through the
Because
whole?
we called to check to see if there was service.
I'm just wondering if
So
the city.
we can call them back.
I'm just saying for future references. I'm wondering if my house is dilapidated and I don't know about it, and all of a sudden my gas meter's missing because the city of Fort Scott's called and had my gas meter removed. I think I'm going to be pretty upset.
Thomas.
On this one specifically, I had called, but I had also pictures of it. It had already been removed when I called. But when I called, I had to go through every one of them just to make sure that they.
Right.
But I do have other pictures after this specific one.
I just thought it was probably legally, and Bob's not here, so he can't tell us, but I think legally we would have to go through the motions before we can start removing utilities from houses that we don't have anything to do with until it goes past this commission.
Well, we do send out notifications to the residents though, and they're published in the newspapers, but yeah, I would think, I have enough trust, I would think, in our codes team that they'd be able to tell whether or not there was somebody full-time living there or not. I mean, I haven't been by into Cena since the new windows are in. I would have, other than the extension cord we found the one day, I would have bet you dollars of donuts that there was nobody living in that house, not in the
He lives
condition
next
it was
door,
in.
and I think there's only been
He
one.
does.
coffee
Yeah, it is unoccupied. He lives in the structure next door.
And
Like I said,
he
he's
is-
been super
he is
cooperative.
I will tell you, he is a construction by trade and in brickwork, I believe. I think you know him, yeah. So, but yeah, it is what it is. He asked for 60 to 90 days, and so I told him I would ask. And
If that's what you guys would like to vote on, we'll agree to whatever y'all come up with.
So you're gonna make a motion to give them 60 days?
I will not. I will abstain.
Okay.
So.
Well, he said 60 to 90. 90 is fair.
That's up to you guys.
I'm going to abstain as well because I was a part of that one time. So you guys do what you want.
Well, I mean, due to the historic nature of it, and I know him and talk to him, you
Well,
know, I'll make a motion. to
Yeah,
give
and I
him
will
90
say if he
days.
doesn't, I will put up the money because of the historic value to make sure it's.
Okay.
If I have to
Great.
go through the repossession process, I will. We'll get something. Whether we donate it to someone that will for historical value, because I believe I've had talks with people before, and he knows that he's on the last chance. So
Yeah.
if that's the process we have to go through, but
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I appreciate that.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So your motion was give him 90 days, Shane?
Yes.
Because of the historical nature of the house, I'll second that. I would like to see this one saved.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Abstain.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain. Next.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. The next house is 316 Heilman. We do have some family here to speak on this property tonight. Before we get to that, though, let me just give you some background on this property. This property is connected with the resolution for the house on West 4th Street. They're basically kind of back to back to each other. All utilities are disconnected at this house. It has been fire damaged more than once. The owner of the property technically lives in a structure on the back side of the property, and I want to be respectful of her. She has been incarcerated here recently for an extended period and is currently not able to be here tonight because she is getting medical assistance. She does have family here, though, representing her. This house has no kitchen, has no bathrooms, missing doors, which have all been forcefully breached. It's missing windows, has extensive water damage, has roof damage, so it's leaking water, and has been a prominent location for illicit activity. And I'm going to include the rear structure in that as well. It has been a haven for drug activity, and it's been a hideout for those with arrest warrants to go hide out there. Now, this is the property in question, and the uncle of the owner, his name is John Woodall. He's here tonight. He told me just a little while ago that he has hired somebody to demolition this structure. He told me that just maybe half an hour ago. So maybe we can just kind of skip through this quickly then, since he's going to have the property demoed. The question before the commission tonight concerns this 12 by 24 foot outbuilding, which is on the backside of the property. They are on the same property. There was some confusion as to whether there was a lot split and this had its own address. It in fact does not. I have a GIS photo to show you if you're interested in looking. But this is the outbuilding that I referred to that has been problematic for both the sheriff's office and the police department. Mr. Woodall understands that. He he's aware of the history of this particular structure. There's really nothing wrong with it. It did have the water turned off. They tried to get the water turned back on today. It's got a terrible water leak that needs to be corrected, but Mr. Woodall says that he's able to get that fixed. And so his presence here tonight is to appeal to you to not demo this outbuilding. And he has, like I said, he's agreed to relieve the city of the burden of paying for the demolition on the main structure. We would ask you to add this to the bid for demolition, but I'll acquiesce to you gentlemen. I let Mr. John come up and say a word.
If you could go back for a second, can you go back on the picture?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I was saying that Mr. John here approached me just a little bit ago, and he's going to pay to have this structure demolished.
Okay.
It's been a victim of fire at least twice. The damage to the inside of the house is extreme. It has no utilities. It has roof damage. The doors and windows have all been removed, some by malicious mischief.
Right.
But it's just it's in tough shape. Mr. John's aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, I agree 100%. The house needs to be gone, tore down. I'm here to at least save the cabin in the back. The water was turned on today, and the light's always been on and ain't been turned off yet. And like I said, I hired a guy today to tear down the front house anyways.
How long do you need, John? Do you think before it's tore down?
You know, if I can at least get 90 days, I'm sure it'll be tore down quicker than that. But finances, okay? But it will be tore down, one way or the other, okay? So.
What's the I mean, the outbuilding looks like it's in pretty rough shape, and I think what Sergeant Downey was telling us is that outbuilding is where some of the illicit activity has been going on. What's the goal with preserving that?
Honestly, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Bill, you did say the outbuilding's in pretty good shape, though, right?
It is actually in good shape. I mean, the picture's a little deceiving. It probably needs some paint on the outside, but structurally it's sound. The inside's actually fairly decent.
Yeah, it can't be that old. And as far as the illicit activity, I mean, that's something that we can. I mean, that really doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to tear down a house. I don't know if we have the authority to tear down a house just because of drug activity.
But I mean, does that meet the standard though of in an earlier commission meeting when we were talking about must have a full kitchen, must have a full bathroom, must have a. Okay.
Yeah, there's a young man here tonight who says he's going to be renting this from Mr. Woodall.
He's actually going to be renting, but
John, are you going to be?
I'm going to take care of the property.
Who's been taking care of it before this?
The one that's getting help right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to start taking care of everything, and I'm definitely not scared for the law to go over there and get on the door. Okay.
Well, yeah, and I've known you a long time, and I mean, I have full confidence that if you're taking control of this, I mean, I know you'll go over there, and yeah.
Correct.
So
looks kind of scared to me.
Yeah.
Right.
And well,
He's nervous.
I am very. I wasn't expecting this, but anyways.
Well, I think it's good if you're going to tear it down, because a lot of people don't even come to these meetings, and for you to say, hey, I know you're going to tear it down out of my taxes, she may never pay it. I'm going to pay for this, and you know, relieve the city. So
if we can give them a little bit of time to keep the money off our back.
All right, I'll make a motion that for 316 Heilman, that the current homeowner be given 90 days to tear down the hazardous structure, that the code team also reviews the condition of the 12 by 24 outbuilding at that time. If it's not done, then the city will move forward with bids for demolition. Did I say it right that time?
So yeah, sounds good to me. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
You want to go ahead and pass the resolution to keep it moving forward then, to ensure that it's down in 90 days?
It'll be down in 90 days.
yeah, I mean, I think John's got that. So yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, I'll second that motion.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Up next.
Okay. 731 Heilman Street has been the second most problematic location for us since July. Many of the neighbors in this neighborhood have had interaction with the codes team regarding this property. Mrs. Wheeler, who lives 2 doors down, couldn't be here this evening because of her husband's health, but I do believe she spoke to one of the commissioners. With regards to the primary structure, all utilities are disconnected, has severe roof damage and water leaking inside. The homeowner has been cited multiple times and has missed court dates. There was a trial date recently set. He skipped that trial date. Separate from the main structure, there is a fifth wheel trailer in the back, which is occupied by a sibling who is the non-owner of the property. When we first became aware of this property, the sibling who lives in the trailer told me that he was dumping his waste inside the house, which did not have running water. He decided maybe that was unsanitary, so it's been reported to us by the neighbors that they've been digging holes in the ground and dumping the waste in the ground. We've contacted every organization possible, from the EPA to the state health department to the local county health team, to try and get some citations issued for that very act of dumping human waste in the ground. In addition to the dumping of the waste, the police have been there repeatedly for domestic disturbances amongst other illicit activities, including drug activity. And so the brother who resides in the trailer has received numerous citations from codes going back to July, and he also has skipped court dates with our municipal court, including a recent scheduled trial which he skipped. So here's the kind of the main entrance here of the structure. Thomas, if you want to take over from here.
So one of the first things that you can see here on this one, the front patio that was there, is as a reference to the condition of the remaining structure that's there. That front patio had actually collapsed and had to be drug out to keep it off of the house and keep that front door accessible. The back door here, not sure exactly where this stovepipe goes to, if it's running into the home through this wall, if it's setting on the back patio for heat for the house, or where. But anyway, you look at it, having it fully exposed to the rest of the home and no insulation, extremely unsafe in its current condition. As you were to look on both that one there, where the roof was covered by a tarp that's been, wind blown and torn, frayed. It's not, again, keeping anything from accessing the interior. This one also has windows broken out that you can see there on the photo on the right, and many of the areas boarded up either inside or out, one of the two. Just as an example, you can see in there the trailer that he's been staying in, and then there's an array of different items that have been stored throughout, including mattress, tables, I mean a little bit of everything. A great little swap meet area if you were needing anything.
What happens to a camper that's on the property?
Well, so just to clarify, after missing his trial date, the owner of the property, we do not know his current whereabouts. The brother who had been residing in the fifth wheel is incarcerated for an extended period of time. What we did with this one, Mr. Commissioner, is that we included the fifth wheel as an outbuilding, and basically we're asking for abatement of the entire property. The neighbors in this neighborhood are
Yeah, I would think it would go.
fed up, and they are at their wits' end with the activities here at this house.
I would think it would go like we talked about when we were writing the demolition agreement, that anything on the property becomes the property of the contractor. So they'll haul it wherever they want to or what have you, but no title. So.
Well, that's why I didn't know. I know where our code is set up, we can impound it.
Yeah.
And then, because I don't know if that would be a better route. I don't know.
No, that
it's not our property.
I've been over there a few times, and you know, it's a nice, big, huge lot that backs up to an alley, and the neighbors around there, to start Downey's point, you know, they keep their houses up real nice, and I mean, I couldn't imagine dealing with this every single day over there. So, how many days are you looking at? You want 10
we
days
asked
like
for 10.
before?
I asked Miss Diane for 10 days on this property, and I think Mrs. Wheeler, I think she spoke to Shane Walker just to express her frustrations.
Yeah, it's Claudia.
The only thing I ask is, like I said, if it's easier for us to no tag and no insurance. Usually, do we impound cars if they are not tagged, insured without so many days? Because the vehicles on there. I mean, are you saying the vehicles and everything are going to be property of the demolition?
Well, you know, as far as the Chevy truck is concerned, we could do a in-op vehicle on that one, and I could take care of that one. The fifth wheel itself, I would ask the commission to treat it like an outbuilding, unless Kelly has a different suggestion here.
It's not in great shape.
It is not, and it's again, there's been no running water, so one of the challenges we've had is where's the human waste being dumped?
When you say that, you said you've talked to multiple entities. Who did you speak with that you said they wouldn't help?
Correct.
Kansas Department of Health and Environment?
There was somebody here at the county that said, well, we'll send them a letter. But KDHE, I went all the way up the chain to their top enforcement person, and they actually didn't have an answer for how to handle this situation. So I called EPA just for fun, and they said,
I find that
sorry,
hard to believe.
we like big corporations. They wouldn't come down and look at it.
The only reason I say I find that hard to believe is because they've been to my properties before investigating human waste.
Yeah.
Because people, you know, turn you in or whatever.
Yeah.
So but they'll come down for me.
Well, maybe you can call me and get some.
I've been told that before.
One of these gentlemen is currently incarcerated. He will be brought over for court this week. So,
maybe
several of his charges that he has. So he will be brought in.
So how many days you're wanting? 10 days, but
yes, sir.
Should we give him a little longer to? I don't know.
Well, so and not to sound cold, but the two brothers at this property have an older brother from Oklahoma that I met here. I guess it's been a month now, but he came over out of the goodness of his heart to try and clean up a little bit. And he said, look, he goes, I've told them that what the course of this is going to be. So he's done the best he can to help the incarcerated brother get his property out of the trailer so that if we do end up going in and demoing it, at least he's got, you know, whatever was in the trailer, clothing and whatever.
Sure.
And I have a suspicion he'll be incarcerated for a while longer.
And I will stay on this one because I actually was demoing this house, and these people were homeless and in the construction business.
Okay.
And I gave it to them.
Okay.
With the fact that they're going to fix it up. So, and I tell you, it has gotten worse, a lot worse since then.
Where did you buy that one from?
It is in Mr. Commissioner. It is in Everett's name. Just if that makes a difference to you.
It's in Everett's name. Yeah. So, it is. Yeah, it is not the person I bought it from. It needed demo when I bought it, and that was the plan. And but no, we were trying to do a good thing for Everett and Eddie, and it did not work out. So.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know legally where the record of deeds has that registered to. So.
Okay. And just to mention as well that I mean, even if you come back, but I mean it's still illegal for him to reside in that trailer on the property.
And that's what we have, over a dozen citations for that violation going back to July.
Okay.
So we've given him plenty of time to find a new residence.
So Diane, make sure I do this right. We'll make a motion that for the property at 731 South Heilman Street, that the owner be contacted, be given 10 days to fix or repair the home to meet codes, or at that time, we'll proceed with bid for demolition.
I'll second that.
And you're including the travel trailer.
Including the travel trailer.
And believe it or not, that was a beautiful home at one time as well. The R&R ladies lived there.
Same people lived there for a long time when she passed away.
Yep.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Shane Walker.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Abstain.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain.
Okay, we're getting close to the end. 722 Heilman, this is going to be right across the street from the last property. All utilities are disconnected. One of the major concerns is the deterioration of the foundation. The siding and the roof are in poor condition. It's missing windows. And interestingly enough, there is a fifth wheel that they attempted to attach to the residence itself. And this fifth wheel, and there's also a pick-em-up truck that's also abandoned on the property. We've never gotten any responses from the letters sent to the property owner. Thomas will take over from here.
So on this one here, you can see, looking around the home, you'll see windows that are broken out, boarded up, covered, either interior or exterior, one of the two. Again, just to kind of give an example of the condition of the house and the way it's been taken care of, with the, a crack 1.5 inches wide in the entire concrete pad there for the front. See the limb off the trees that's been laying on the roof for however long it's been there. But on the photo on the right, you can see where the corner of this foundation is completely split. Part has been turned, and behind that, where the foundation is completely missing for a large section of this here, and they've just covered it up with some metal flashing. Still isn't preventing any animals or anything like that from getting into and under the home. Although we haven't been able to get inside, only imagine what has been done to it. You can see here the photo on the left, here on the center, on the arrow, center arrow on the bottom, where that had been built out as kind of a connecting walkway from the fifth wheel into the home, has since been boarded up, but it was still connected. This is here on the back side of the home there. You see the truck that's been abandoned there. A lot of deterioration of this, the siding and so forth. You can see the sagging and the roof that's in very poor condition, needing to be taken care of, as well as the mold and moss and so forth growing on the back side of the home there. And this one, you can see that that metal flashing they tried to put along the bottom side there to cover the missing foundation area, as well as the deterioration of the siding itself. On the middle window there, you can even see where the bottom of the window is missing and open through the wall and so forth.
Have you had any contact with the owner on this one?
No, I think I'd mentioned we had sent letters to this individual and never really got any response. When Diane sent out the legal letters, we've heard nothing.
Recommendation on this one?
I think, did we do 30 on this one, Dan? Yeah.
So I think I got this now. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 29-2022, directing the repair removal of alleged unsafe and dangerous structure and accessory structure located at 722 South Heilman Street, giving the homeowner 30 days to make needed repairs or improvements for our codes team, or else we will start the process for demolition.
I'll second that.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Benficki,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain. Before we go any further too, I just went over and asked Diane, I should be abstaining from all these. So is that legal to just change it to abstain, or do we need to go back on the ones we voted on so far that I voted on to abstain, Diane? Do you know the answer to that?
I am not an attorney.
Well,
Well,
I'm not an
these-
attorney either, but I think as long as we had a majority at three, which we did, then it didn't matter what your vote may or
So
may
could
not
you,
have been.
but I need to make sure mine's all abstains from every property. And did you have something to say, or did you just stretch it? Oh, the next one? Okay. I just making sure.
Come on up, sir. All right, this is 604 West 5th. I didn't add a lot of detail here because the photos are self-evident, but there's all the utilities are disconnected. The roof is collapsing all around the house. It's in tough shape, and the gentleman here, I think you came all the way from St. Louis, right? It's St. Louis here to visit with us tonight. Let me just show you the pictures, Thomas, would you?
Yeah, so as you can see on this one here, the holes in the roof, it's been tried to be patched up at one time or another, but in such disrepair, I mean, the entire roof is going to be have to be done. And if you're looking at it from that from the roadway or the whatnot there, it's, I hate to say it this way, but worse than what you could even show on the photo.
Yeah, the picture doesn't really show that you can see daylight through the roof into the house itself. And so these other pictures just demonstrate that all the way around. The roof is collapsing.
Yeah, so, and again, on this one, windows missing and boarded up in many areas. You can see other patchwork repair that's been done in areas to try to stop or to slow the damage being done by the water. But just appears that it's been there too long without having the proper repairs done. Also, again, because I cannot enter the home, this one has a stovepipe that comes through the window area there as well, and I'm not sure how that's connected or insulated on the inside of it as well. This one does have an outbuilding there that's in pretty good shape. Just needs to be cleaned up around that one.
So I've spoken with this gentleman before. He's a really nice guy. He made the drive out here from St. Louis tonight, and I know that he's had some difficulties that have prevented him from getting this done. But you want to say something?
I don't know what I'm going to do with the properties. I mean, I guess you guys can have it or tear it down. What you want to do? I own the property beside it too. I can't do anything because I had bypass surgery. My heart is at 15%. And ever since then, I can't do anything. I'm doing good just to mow the yard. My brother mowed it for me the other day, but from St. Louis all the way down here every day, it gets kind of pricey. But I pretty much given up because there's nothing I can do.
What
I don't got
address?
a job no more. I can't
What's the
work. I
address?
can't do anything.
What's the other address?
The other 6 to 14 or?
Oh, that you own next door?
Yeah, there was that one. 6 something.
If there's, we have the land bank now that's available.
Yep.
So this might be prime. You can release that over to the land bank, and if they accept it, and then, Diane or Rob can explain more.
Rob can help you with the donation. Yeah. Yeah, and you can just donate that, and we'll pay for the deed work and everything. Yeah.
So basically,
Thank you, Rob.
you have no more interest in the property.
Well, at one time I was going to work on it and fix it up, but that's back when I had a job. My heart went kapoo, and yeah, I mean, after so many heart attacks, it's just I can't do nothing no more.
So you're fine with demoing of the property?
Yes, yes. I can't demolition it myself. I can't even mow it myself. So I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you can donate it to the land bank. We'll cover the fees for it, and you'll be done with it, and then maybe we could actually do something with it that it won't be a concern for you anymore regarding any taxes or fees or anything.
I appreciate that a lot. I do. That would be awesome.
Okay.
We appreciate you coming all the way down here to help to explain it.
We'll make a motion then for resolution. This was 604 West Fifth, right, Bill?
Yes. That's correct, sir.
Resolution for the property, resolution number 28-2022, that we give the homeowner 15 days to donate the property to the land bank, with the land bank paying the fees for the changeover of the property to us. And if not, if that doesn't take place at that time, then we will move forward with demolition process.
I'll second that.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Kevin Allen, who I'm going to put as abstaining.
All right, next up is 312 South Heilman, so we're going back to Heilman Street. Again, all utilities are disconnected. You have an area of the roof that is collapsing. There's rot, missing windows, water's leaking. The rear portion of the house actually has the roof collapsed into the kitchen area. And then there's a garage and two small sheds, all of which are also deteriorating. And there's missing siding, which again is leading to the issue of wood rot. So we'll show you here again. The pictures are fairly self-explanatory. Thomas, you want to point them out here?
Sure. So this property is one that my parents now live next door to, but my grandparents owned when I was younger. I grew up next to this home when it was in much better condition than where it's at now. But you can see the front entryway to this home. It's missing doors. There's not a window in one piece anywhere in the home. That roof has completely collapsed in that area. But then your siding all the way around is, is deteriorating and rotting there. And you can see, around the other roof areas and so forth.
Thomas,
same condition.
In the photo on the right, just below where the arrow is, that's the collapsing kitchen, right? Because it looks like it's listing downward.
No, that was just a front, like a front entryway or a little front patio that was filled in. In the back side of the house, you'll be able to see where the kitchen was, and it is completely collapsed. So this is the area where the kitchen was, and that whole area, the roof had collapsed on that before, and then they just kind of boxed it in to cover it up. They never tried to repair. So this home has not had utilities or a kitchen or running water or restrooms for years and years now.
Oh, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yes, that's where that kitchen was in there on that one, and you can see where the soffit on that back portion of the building there is completely collapsed and fallen over. It just has the siding, or excuse me, the shingling hanging off of it at this point.
And then you can see how bad the roof is here, where it's just sagging in, about probably not too far from collapsing inward.
Yeah, this one has that outbuilding also has just piles and piles of stuff that's been left in it, and really useless stuff as well. So just be hauling away trash and trying to clean up, keeping animals out of it and so forth, because it's not sealed up and just off of the river as well.
Your recommendation on this?
I think we went 30 days on this one.
10.
Oh, we did 10. Okay, 10 days on this one.
And there's no one here speaking on.
I don't think so. Is there anyone here to speak on this property? I don't think so.
I'll motion on resolution 26, 2022 that we send the letter out for 10 days for the repairs of the structure, and if that hasn't been done, then we'll go out for bid for demolition.
Second.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Tim Van Hickey,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain?
All right, we have 2 more to go. 1021 West 4th is the third part of this 316 Heilman property. It was owned by John Woodall's brother David. It's still in his name, and so again, it's had all the utilities are disconnected. In the rear of the residence, there's a concern about the roof where it looks like it's starting to sag inward. The doors have been, or at least the front door anyway, has been forcefully breached. If you look at the western wall, and we'll show you a picture, it's hard to see, it's better in person, but it's starting to bow outwards. And the same issues here applied at 316 Heilman and the outbuilding and back, in that this has been a prominent location for illegal activity since Mr. Woodall's passing. And so I know there's sentimental value here on the part of the family. They would like to try and save it, but we would plead with the commission to move forward with the demolition of this property for the reasons that we've already explained. Here's some photos beginning with the main entrance here. Thomas?
So on the main entrance here, the deck is very unstable, and you can see the bow in it there where the arrows are at, and it's that way all the way across, and not just in that one area. It looks like some of the supports in that main frame may be broken on there as well. The door there, as Bill had mentioned, has been kicked in and stuck back up there. What I could see, obviously not being able to enter the home, appears to have been done several times, and patchwork repairs done to it. Roof there is just one area you can see where it's sagging there and needing, and has needed for quite some time, a new roof to be put on. Not in a lot of areas, but you can see the missing siding here on this one. It's actually laying right there beside it, but it just goes to to show just a lack of attention that's been paid to it to try to keep it in condition.
Those missing windows there too, where it's like fabric hanging down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since I've been inside, but if memory serves me right, if you through this side door here on the picture on the left, I think there's part of the floor that's missing in the what would I guess technically be the kitchen area.
Would have been the kitchen, but it's that kitchen area is pretty much empty. I think there's maybe one little cabinet in there, but everything else is gone.
Yeah, so I guess you could say there's no bathrooms and no kitchens. Also on the west side of this property, which we didn't take a picture of, but basically to the left of this arrow, there's a hillside that goes downward towards the Marmaton, and that has become a site for illegal dumping.
That's where the railroad had run through before, and it had a drop off or a wall that was built there when the railroad was passing through. It's actually not even part of this property. However, there was a children's play structure that was built down there, and yes, as Bill had said, there's been a lot just debris and trash and so forth that's been dumped over that area as well.
And this is the picture where I had noted it's hard to tell, but that wall on the west side of the house is actually bowing outwards. It's much easier to see in person, but you have to trust me when I tell you it's starting to. So there's structural integrity concerns.
1021 West 4th. It's right before the 4th Street Dam. Okay, I know.
So did you say there was someone here?
Yeah, Mr. Woodall is here. Remember, he's connected with the house at 316 Heilman. And he wants to speak on behalf of his brother.
I'd like to have at least the opportunity to try to do something with the property.
No, you're fine.
Yes, it is in rough shape. At least try to give me at least 90 days to do something with it. If not, then we'll figure something out after that.
Has it got another cabin behind it?
No,
That's the one.
Oh, okay.
The one on Heilman, they're right there.
Yes.
So you have two of these projects going. So you want 90 days for each of them.
One's a demo and one's a try to repair.
Yes.
And I will say, I mean, I've known you a while, and I know that if you can't get it done, I know you're going to say, hey, I can't do it. I mean, I personally don't mind giving you the opportunity. I know David lived there for quite a while, and everything that happened.
Correct.
So
I'll do my best, anyways.
yeah, and like I said, I will vouch for you saying if you can't get it done, I know you'll come here and say, hey, I can't do it.
Correct.
Well,
it is what it is.
Codes will come in here and tell us that it's
Right.
not done.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
And it's. I'm just hoping you're not biting off more than you can chew with two of these going on.
At least I have the opportunity to try. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Because the demo, I mean, is going to be done by an outside company. You're not going to be demoing the other
No, I'm
house.
not doing it.
So you'll have time to focus on this one.
Yes. Yes, I'll do my best. Okay. Like I said, if I can't,
How long do you think you need before you know whether it's too much for you or not?
give me my 90 days. No, go from there if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm Tony Anderson. I live on the corner. The house is surrounded
Yep.
by houses.
Come up to the.
I'm from John. I'm scared.
Please, would you please come to the microphone? State your name.
I'm Tony Anderson. I live at 324. I live on the corner. I understand he wants some time to tear down the burnt house, but this house, and I understand he wants to keep cabin. This house has been like this for over a year, actually 2 years. I live in the house. I know I expect to have mice in my house. I have rats. I have rats coming from the burnt house into this house.
Do you live in this house here?
No, I live on the corner next to it.
Next
Oh,
door.
okay.
If I lived in that house, I'd burn it down already.
Right.
I've
Who's your
got
insurance
rats.
company?
I've got rats. And there is garbage on the other side of that and everything. Is it coming from there? I don't know. But, that's a lot of projects to do in 90 days.
That's kind of my concern on there as well. Is I've been over there and looked at these houses as well. This lady's got rats from the house. It's been a year already. I mean, we're going to go another 90 days on top of that. We have to have some considerations as well for the neighbors that live over there as well.
John, do you think you can show significant improvement in 30 days?
Well, let's talk about the area anyways, okay? We got the house across the road from this house here. Probably ain't no better shape than what this one here is, okay? And we got the house in front of Heilman Street that's probably should have been torn down a long time ago too, but it ain't. The house area is rough, okay? Yes, I got a lot on my plate.
Well, I will say out of all the houses I've seen so far, this from the outside seems like one of the easiest ones to rehab. Am I wrong there, Bill?
I would, politely disagree.
Okay.
One of the things, and with all due respect, I'm trying to be polite here. To her point, the three properties that he has in question, the 316, the shed and back, and then this house here, what separates them from the others is the drug activity that has been prominent there.
Is this
And then-
whose name is this in right now? This property.
This wall here, no, I mean, Thomas has done a good job of demonstrating that the whole entire roof's going to have to be replaced, but that wall is bowing out. So that in and of itself is going to require some extensive work. And I'm happy to acquiesce to the commission as to what you want to give him as far as time. But I know that she's frustrated because she's tired of having the sheriff's office and the police department.
And
out in
is
front of her house.
there a reason your brother's not here speaking on behalf of?
He passed away a little over a year
He
ago.
passed away?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little over a year ago.
So did it move to your name?
It's not yet, no.
It's not yet, so it's still in his name.
Correct.
It's going through probate or something.
Well, the $3,
Right.
you're gonna agree to put it in my name.
Right.
Just trying to get everybody together and a lawyer.
Well, here, and here's my thing, Tim, is, I hate to tear down any house that can be saved. And for someone wanting, and I realize it's not a prime, nice, fancy home, but I've been there, in houses like this and living there. And so I would hate, just because it's not something I would live in now, to tear it down
That has
over. No, I'm just saying.
absolutely nothing to do
But
with my decision.
No, I'm just saying, we have a guy saying, give me a chance to fix it up. And we don't have that too often in Fort Scott. And I would say, can you show something in the next 30 to 45 days?
I'll do my best, okay? I mean, I already got $5,500 on my lap right now.
Because what I also go back to as well is I brought into this meeting at one point the stack of repeat offenders that, now I'm not saying this is you, sir, but people come in here and they say, we had the one young lady with the house on Main that put her neighbor through a horrible time. Came back in here, the commission said, yeah, you can have another 45 days. Nothing changed after that again. And all that does is delay the frustration that the folks that are living in that neighborhood are continuing to do. So the most I'll go on this house, myself, I would agree to, and it's up to you guys, 45 days to show significant improvement. First of all, whatever's causing the rats and everything,
I don't necessarily think that particular place is causing all the rat problems or whatever.
Well, maybe not, maybe not.
But
But
here's, that's fine. That's what she wants to say. But 2 months ago, she wanted to rent the place out and put some clothing stuff in there, and I couldn't do it. Okay. So let's go ahead and add that to it too.
Okay.
So here's what I would say also, Tim, on that point. Some of these houses that you guys have went ahead and said to demolition, they don't have representation here. They don't have anybody pleading. And we did give that girl several times, like you said, to come before us and say, okay, we've showed improvement, and she didn't, and the house is gone now. This has been there for a long time. We've got houses on our thoroughfare into town that are way worse than this house, and they've been there on Wall Street, where I'm talking about, and they've been there for a long time.
This one's pretty bad.
Well, I understand that.
This one's I would say, if we give you 45 days, you get with Bill and say, these are the most serious issues. You need to address these first. And I think if we can see something and not just go in and say, hey, I did this, and something simple, get with Bill and Thomas and Norm and say, these are the most serious issues that need fixed. And show signs of those getting fixed in the next 45 days.
And just for clarification, is there something that can be done about the drug stuff that's being taken place in the house? Because I know that's probably one of the greatest concerns of the neighbors. Okay.
I can take care of what you're talking about.
Okay.
To the best I can, anyways. Okay.
Right.
All right. I got someone that's going to be staying in the cabin, and believe me, I got my own kids I have problems with, so I'll do my best I can. I ain't
Yes,
scared
sir.
for the cops to go over there, do what they need to do. Okay, they can call me, and I'll give them whatever they need to.
Sergeant Downey, has this been a previous offender before, this address? And the stack of letters we brought in here where it's...
I have a file, sir, if you'd like to see it. I'm happy to give it to you.
Well, I just was curious.
Well, and I will say I've known David and John, and to speak respectful, I think John will, nothing against David, but I think John would Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
I want to add that I have called the police several times. I have cameras on my property. And I have text messages from the police officers within the last, after Leanne went to jail. And I reported needles in my yard. I reported the drug activity that's going on over there. I bet it's all on camera. I have text messages after she went to jail when they were crawling through her window in the cabin, going into that house and everything. And my text message that I can show you is from the police officer that said, we spoke with Leanne and she said, it's okay.
Yeah, see, my concern is looking through the file here. Here's a warning letter on this property that is February 11th of 2022. So this is actually the second notice that's on that. And there's pictures in this file, and Sergeant Downey, correct me if I'm wrong, that go back to September of 2009.
That's correct. Yeah, and the first letter you're referring to there, Mr. Commissioner, is the letter that notified the family that we were putting it on the condemnation list. And then, according to law, the city clerk put it in the newspaper and sent a legal notice, certified return receipt, which is the other letter you have there with the return receipt attached to it.
right. And the illegal activity is not a good thing, but to think tearing down a house is going to stop illegal activity is not going to happen. They're going to find a different house. That's a different, to me, that's a different realm. Yeah, tear them all down, Tim. If you
No, not tear it all down, Josh, but I mean,
well, I know
what do we do? Turn a blind eye to it?
No, we need to step up police presence, not just tear down that house. You said, well, we'll tear down the next house. I don't think that's the proper way of stopping drug activity, is tear down
Take
houses.
away part of the habitat sure doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
So would you be willing to go 45 days to show progress?
I would not after reading this file,
Not
but
after.
you guys make a motion for however you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I hate, we have a guy here wanting to try to fix up the house. Will he fall through? I can't say for sure, but we don't have too many people wanting to fix up houses. Like I said, once again, I know this isn't the house a lot of us live in now, but some of us have been there before.
Right.
And this is a house, unfortunately, some of the people in our town can only afford to live in. And if we take away all these houses, for one, because I don't know, we have a guy wanting to save it.
And Bill, 30 days is what you were asking for, correct?
Yes. Or did I ask for 10, Diane? She'll correct me if I'm wrong.
He asked for
No.
10 on this one? Okay.
The one thing, and again, Commissioner Jones, I'm understanding and hearing what you're saying, but that property, because of its connection to the others and who lives there, is kind of what has driven some of the illicit activity there and who's been in there. I'm happy,
Yeah,
again.
what I'm saying is, John's not here saying, hey, save all my houses. I'm tearing this one down, but this one I want to save. So if he's coming here saying, I can fix this one, I can fix this one, I say, hey, you're probably, but he says, listen, I know this one's junk, I'm tearing it down. This one I think I can save. So obviously he knows when something's past saving, he thinks. So all I'm saying is I would like to give him opportunity to the one he thinks he can save. But that, I mean, I'm one person. So.
And as we've said all along, we'll acquiesce to you, whatever you tell us to do.
And gentlemen, if I can, one of the things that you had mentioned, some of the stuff in this file, some of these others, what I will say is all of these files, all these ones we brought up here today, guys, have files probably more extensive than this.
Oh, I know.
But what we've had, the bigger problem has been that when we send out these letters, we get absolutely zero response from anyone. No matter how much research we do trying to find them, track them down, even when we know that we know where they're at, we get no response from them. And that's, I mean, what I would say on this one. I mean, if he's willing to give it a shot, our bigger problem has been that we've gotten no response from all of these homes prior to this.
But is it true that would you have been trying to reach out to his brother, or would it have been to him?
We tried to his brother and Michelle.
Michelle has had contact with me. She was able to make a couple phone calls to me. I have spoken to her sister in Florida. Now, Michelle actually called me right out of the chute as soon as she got the first letter. But the sister that called me yesterday from Florida, that was yesterday. John reached out to me this afternoon. I guess better late than never.
Well, John,
Michelle had communication with me right from the get-go.
I mean, can you say that, and I'm just asking, and I could be wrong, but is one thing, is because it's been going through since the death of who's going to own the house, I'm assuming? Or is that wrong for me to assume that? Right. I mean, is that one reason why nothing's been taken care of, or has it just been lack of effort on your guys' part?
I don't know exactly what the deal was. I know the power stuff was on my house and water prior to my brother's death. Okay, he was planning on redoing it. Well, it didn't make it that far. Anyway, everything just stopped because kids ain't got the money. Ain't selling got any money. Okay, the only one's got money is one center. That's the one I've been talking to, and so I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit.
Well, I'll make a motion to allow 45 days to show improvement sufficient to Thomas or Bill's approval. You need to get with them starting as soon as the meeting's over or tomorrow, and say, hey, what's the list that I need to fix first to take back to the commission, saying John has done his job. I mean, I'm helping you, but then again, if you don't do it, then it's going to come down to. So, and I know you understand that. So,
I have no problem tearing the house down.
right.
It's just, I don't have to take it out.
Well, yeah, right. And like I said, on the other one, you saw it and said, hey, I'm going to pay for it. Said you got to pay for it. So, right. Yeah. So I'll make that motion to give him 45 days to come back for Bill and Codes to come back to us. Is that good enough, Diane?
There's a second.
What are we doing?
We got a motion.
Josh has made a motion to give John 45 days.
Right. Is there a second?
As of yet, there has not been a second made. I would like to give John the opportunity, so I'll second that.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
45 days?
yes.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
No.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain.
And why would you abstain on this one? It's not going to demolition.
Oh, it's not? I mean, if it doesn't go in the 45 days, does it go
He's
to
just
demolition?
bringing it back in 45 days and show significant improvement, and then we vote on.
Oh, okay. Well, so it's not going to demolition, then I'll vote yes. And not just because you asked me that.
I didn't know if you understood.
I thought it was still going to demolition if he didn't repair it in 45 days.
So I think John would probably demo it himself.
Okay. I mean, I stand with the fact that there's houses all over that have been here for 100 years, and we're just getting this process started of being very active, and I want to be very active. I don't have a problem with that. But if we got a gentleman standing here saying, at least give me a shot, 45 days.
Well, I think one of the reasons, Mr. Mayor, that we have so many of them is that if you go back through the codes team's files, there's been second, third, fourth chances, and it gets lost in the mix.
Sure.
And then it takes years before it comes back around again. Meanwhile, the other folks that are, trying to do what they can, and I don't blame this gentleman at all. He's trying to save something here. But I also feel a commitment for the folks that are living in those neighborhoods that are trying to keep their stuff up, and they're frustrated when they see that red tag go on the front of that house and nothing ever happens. And then it finally shows up at the commission, and that's why I asked Bill for the file for this one. Has this been a house that's been notified before? It has pictures with issues back to 2009.
I agree, Tim.
Multiple letters.
I agree, Tim, but what I'm here...
And I will just say, we're a different commission.
That's right.
And so I don't want to penalize somebody for wanting to do it for previous commissions doing that. So I don't want to hamstring someone saying, my brother passed away, it's been going through internal probate, and then say, well, because previous commissions went 2 or 3 times, all we got to do is next time it comes here, not give an extension. So we can't rely on what previous commissions did too.
This isn't previous commissions. I mentioned earlier the young lady on Main Street that came in here and had multiple times. The neighbor came in here, gave her another 45 days again, and then
that house is demoed now,
at
right?
the city's expense. Yes, but it could have been done, and his suffering could have been less if we would have acted sooner on it.
But
Every
but
once
the
in a while, you
difference
gotta
is,
leave a chance for someone to do the right thing.
and
Wow.
but the difference is to me is that John's sitting here saying he's going to demo the one house, which is going to take the expense off of our hands. And if he can do that and actually keep another house on the tax rolls and do what he's saying, great. At 45 days,
Okay.
it's going to pass within no time.
We can agree to disagree on the process. I just get frustrated, and I think people do because it is, and I think Diane and Bill can tell you, it's not just as simple as sending a letter up. There's a lot of back-end work that gets done for this stuff.
Yeah, I think we got to look at each case individually, and I feel like you're kind of lumping them all together. But
So what do you consider substantial
I think that's up to
improvements?
Bill and Thomas. You know, they need to get together, and if they, I think that's in their hands at this point. So if they feel like nothing, then they can say, hey.
I mean, generally, what would that be?
Utilities back on.
Well, to me, I'd say that wall. If that wall is really bowing, that would be probably one of the first things for me is structurally sound before.
That, the roof.
And the roof, yeah.
1A, 1B.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about dried in, utilities back on, inspected by, to turn utilities back on, it's going to have to be inspected by an electrician. I mean, it's going to have to be, there's going to be some steps. He's got his work cut out for him. In 45 days, he's going to fly.
Yes,
by.
sir. That's correct. Mr. Mayor.
And sir, don't get me wrong. I hope you're successful. I really
It won't
do.
be. It won't be. There's no way I don't have that kind of money. There ain't no way. All right, I got $5,500 coming out right off the bat. Okay, I mean, at least let me bring it up to some. Okay, I mean,
Well, we're not saying fix all those things in 45 days.
there's no way that I can work
But if you can get it dried in, I mean, and that's not progress to get worse.
You're right. I try to get the appearance and dried in, looking good, and everything else.
The rats.
Just get with Bill and Thomas and say,
Rats.
yeah, I would just get with codes.
I don't know where that came from.
All right, John. I
Well,
would just
hey.
get with codes and say, this is what needs to be done. And then, so.
Okay, we're done. We're done. Thank you, Mr. John. Yeah, you just need to come by and see us.
Yep. Thank
Thanks
you,
for
sir.
coming in, John.
All right, guys, this is the last one, and the property owners for this 623 short are present with us tonight. Sandra Gibbs and Billy Willett are here. This house has no utilities, has no kitchen or bathrooms. The interior ceilings are collapsing, and you have insulation throughout the first floor, all around and on the floor because it's come out of the ceilings. This has been a flop house in the past, and myself and Corporal Blythe, we put wood over the doors to try and secure it. We put red tags on it. Those red tags were pulled off. The wood over the doors was forcefully removed, and people continued to go in there. As a result, the last time I was in there, there's always fresh beer cans in there. It's full of rubbish, similar to the house at 1409 Ransom, not quite to the same extent, but similar. So it is full of rubbish. The foundation has concerns. The roof and siding have concerns, which Thomas will show you here in just a minute. It is missing windows, so you got rain damage getting inside. There have been several additions done to that structure over the years, but none were done correctly, as Thomas will point out. And the last conversation I had with Mr. Willett, he said they were using it as a storage place. Well, if I can draw your attention back to 619 Ransom, we know that if you have a structure that had been a residential structure in a residential neighborhood, you can't take out the bathrooms and the kitchens and call it a storage unit. It has to have living quarters, has to have functioning bathrooms and a kitchen. This house has none of that. Don't let the exterior fool you. I actually have a full video I took of the last time I was inside the house. And if you all would like to see that, I'm happy to share that with you. So just sticking with the outside of the house where Inspector Russell was able to legally take photos. Thomas, I'll let you take over from here.
So there's a lot of different pieces on this that have just been ignored and overlooked for years. You can see in the photo here on the left where the arrow's at there, that section of the home was an addition. You can see that it's starting to separate there at the peak there of the roof, and that area in the roof sagging. It's not structurally sound there. It would have to be resupported and stripped all the way down to the rafters and so forth to do anything with that one. All the way around the home, different spots, as would be for anything that's been left without care as long. Missing areas, no places where the home is not sealed up or protected, where the way these eaves are built, without that facer board on there, it's open access to the roof area for animal, birds, squirrels, insects, a little bit of anything that wanted to come through there. But on the picture on the right, there you can see this was another one of the what I believe to be 3, maybe 4 different additions to this house. At one point, this portion was kind of a backyard or a back patio or porch area. A large portion of that entire foundation is just loose brick laid up there that was never even mortared. You can see part of it was, but there, even on the corner, they're one of the most important areas to have the support. It was never done correctly. This is on the back side of the home here. This is another spot where you can see where the additions were. Initially, the one split there in the middle, just this side of the chimney there, was the end of the edge of that original home. And then what I'm guessing again at that point was part of a rear patio that was filled in, a new one built, and then that second back patio that was boxed in as well. And you can't see it because it's covered by trash and debris, but that foundation along that other addition there is poorly done, broken up, cracked up, and missing in areas as well. Throughout the home, all the way around, windows broken, covered up, boarded up in areas, but still open to all the elements and spots for water to get and other weather to get into the home, as well as other animals and so forth.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I suspect Mr. Willett and Ms. Gibbs would probably like to address you. Before they do, let me say that Mr. Britton and I met with Ms. Gibbs back in September and gave her about 3 or 4 options of what we thought she could do with this property. Now, to their credit, they have cleaned up the external of the house, the yard, but throughout the summer and last winter, we repeatedly received complaints from neighbors who have kept their homes very nicely about the illegal activities that go on in the middle of the night. It's been a who's list of known users in this community that have used this as a flop house. And when we've tried to secure it with plywood, it's been ripped off and disregarded. Our red signs have been torn off and disregarded. They've had to been reapplied several times. We gave up on the plywood since, they just keep tearing it off. We would respectfully request the commission to vote in favor of moving forward for bid with a 10-day time period on this property.
I'd like to say, first of all, they only gave me just last month to be able to get access inside the house. They would not let me get it since they condemned it because of Eddie. He moved down to that other house y'all was talking about. But over 2 years, we've only owned it. In the first year and a half, I couldn't even get access to the property. because they said it was unfit. This does not look nothing like it right now. If you drive by it, it does not look nothing like it. I've already fixed numerous things on it. You know, all I'm asking is give me 45 days. They just opened up the water meter where I could actually get access to the water now, Friday, during the death of her mother. So it's been real busy. That's all I'm asking, 45 days to see the improvement.
I know, and Sandy has messaged me over the last few months trying to get in there, and I told her to get a hold of you. Can you give me the breakdown of that? Of allowing people in there?
When we boarded it up, we said no admittance. That's what the red signs mean. But, you know, he's not being honest here because they tore our signs down. They tore the plywood down off the doors, and they've gone in repeatedly. Matter of fact, our animal control officer in the last couple of weeks got a call at this house because there was a dog inside. Apparently it turned out to be Mr. Willett's dog. So that our orders to stay out of the house because it's been condemned has been disregarded all along. They've not complied with that. So I don't know why they're. And this goes back to at least last August. So it's not like this is in the last 30 days, Mr. Commissioner. This has been going on for 6-8 months. And we met with her at our codes office for at least an hour and gave her some good options what she could do with this property. So there's been, while the exterior looks 100 times better, I mean, give credit where credit's due. He's worked hard to clean it up, but that doesn't change the structure of the house, the integrity of the structure of it, or the inside of it, which is in really, really tough shape.
And I'm just asking, if we don't allow people to go inside when it's condemned, how do they fix it up?
Well, she never came for. We gave them the instructions that they needed to have a licensed contractor with blueprints and plans, come get a building permit from us, and then they could do that. And
I'm just merely asking because I don't know the law. Is that what our codes say? You have to get a licensed contractor? I thought as a owner of the house, you could do work to your own house.
Yeah.
Well, the severity of the work that needs to be done here needs to be done by a licensed contractor. So if we take the roof, it has to be done by someone with a state roofing license.
Even if it's their own house?
Yes, sir.
Traditionally,
so.
if it's condemned, it means it's unsafe for anybody unqualified to occupy.
That's why we, at the condemnation point, we have required a licensed contractor to do the work.
I never knew. I just thought.
Pick up to the condemnation point, yes, Josh, anyone owning the home can do it.
Right.
Sure.
But when it has reached the point where the structure is about to collapse, then I think, according to the way our laws, our code laws are written, it does have to be done by a contractor at this point.
Is it in condemnation right now?
It's past condemnation, correct?
Yes, we put the signs up last, I want to say, mid to late August.
The only reason why it got condemned was because Eddie O'Brien and Stacy, whatever her name is, was living up.
Could you please come to the microphone? I can't. Thank you.
The only reason why it got condemned in the first place is because Eddie O'Brien and Stacy Bender, whatever her name is, they were up there squatting during, it was like October, November of, I don't know what year. The first year we just bought it.
Right, so,
and then it got condemned at that point of time because the cops told us we had to get him out of there, to get both of them out, because they were causing all kinds of fights. They were starting fires up there. They were doing illegal activities.
What is your plan moving forward, Sandy?
Fix the best that I can up on it.
Because I know
we just need time. I mean, we've been cleaning it out.
I know you messaged me about 45 days ago, and one time you said you were going to try to work. How do I get inside? Then you said, "Well, we're just going to sell it. I'm going to get all my stuff up."
I am frustrated with everything because I mean, I've had several people want to buy it. I was told that I wasn't able to sell it unless they had the proof that they could buy the place and fix it up. That was from him and Lyle. That was in that meeting that he was talking about, which I didn't realize.
Is that true, Bill? Okay.
We did tell her that selling was an option. We told her that
paying
for her own demolition was an option.
Right.
No,
And I think me and you talked about this some too. Yeah.
I was told I was not allowed to sell it because it was condemned. And that is the reason why I'm so frustrated because I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I was allowed to go in, not allowed to. You keep saying that we've been in there. No, I have not. I barely even go up to the house because I don't want to deal with all of the codes coming around, sitting here dealing.
Okay,
causing
Sandy.
problems.
So what are you asking for tonight? Are you asking?
I mean, at least 45 days to make some kind of foundation.
Speak. You have to speak in the mic, sir. I can't.
Foundation. There's no leaks in the house. First of all, there's no leaks. But that first arrow you see up on top, pointing straight down, I've already fixed all that. The windows did have siding on it because the neighbors were shooting BB guns through the windows, so I did throw some siding to save the windows, what I could. But I'm taking them off, redoing windows. We've bought dumpsters and cleaned the inside out in the last 30 days. Now we're trying to get another dumpster right now.
So here's my question, or here's my thought. We just gave Mr. Woodall, right, 45 days. Josh, are you listening to me? We just gave him 45 days to do the other house. My thought is, I know you've been in here before, but there's some confusion on who said what and what was said. And I think as long as the commission now says you've got the 45 days, in my opinion, if it comes back in 45 days, then and you haven't done the improvements that the codes department's asked for, then we go ahead and proceed at that point. Well, you're going to have to do as much as what.
Yeah, they just opened up the water on Friday. The day I buried my mom is the day they found it in the driveway.
Right.
About 6 inches.
What's the substantial?
Okay, so
What would be the substantial improvement on this one?
I mean, in my personal opinion, from what I've been able to see, I mean, interior of it, there's nothing. It's just piles of stuff. I mean, to be able to do any work, you would need to get the junk and the stuff that's being stored inside the home out so you could actually work on the interior. But I think if you were, like, you need to get an inspection done on that roof at the very least. And professional inspection on that foundation and find out what can be done with it. I mean, I don't know that the way that foundation is under the back portion of it here, that could be saved. You may have to pull that off completely if you can save anything on the interior, anything inside of that. I don't know.
And Thomas makes a good point because he says you've been painting and doing stuff like that, but if the commission does give you time, the last thing you're going to do is spend money on doing that if you can't afford to do the foundation and the roof. So you say the foundation's done?
Like the junk, the debris, and I did not have access for a year and a half, just last month, to get access inside the house. I took the plywood off personally.
I will say I don't know. I do know Sandy has messaged me a few times over the last 4 or 5 months saying, how do I get inside the house? How do I get in there? Then you talk to Mark McCoy. And so I do know, I will say she has been messaging me and I told her to get with Bill and Mark, but I don't know. I know Bill gave her a list of things.
I mean, it all started Lyle, whatever his name was, is the one that kept giving us tickets. He wouldn't even give us time to even fix the problem. Like, I think you're supposed to allow at least 7 days. We didn't have even 7 days to fix something before we got another ticket up there. Every time there has been something wrong, we've gotten it fixed. I've hired the dumpsters, roll-offs, whatever you want to call them, to go up there. We've cleaned out a lot of trash around in the yard before we had access. Now we're getting ready to get the dumpster again, roll-off, whatever you want to call it, to be able to get it taken care of. I just need some time. I mean, since the beginning of January, I've been dealing with my mom in dialysis. She passed away on the 21st.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's yeah. Well, and we're sorry to hear about that, and we know that everybody goes through trials and tribulations. So, know that we're sorry to hear that. We have a job to do, and I know you guys respect that job, but my problem is, and I just compare it to the last one we just went through here with Mr. Woodall, and we're giving him an opportunity. So I'd sure hate to not give you guys the same opportunity being at 45 days. And if you don't do it, well, then the hammer's going to go down, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, Bill is, the codes is, so, you know, I keep hearing they didn't do this, but it's going to be up to Bill and Thomas. So you want to, if we pass it, you're going to need to work with them civilly and make sure you listen to what he says, what would need to be done to come back if they do, if we do approve it not to be demoed. So, I mean, whatever you have to do, you're going to have to figure out a way to getting along with Bill.
And Diane, am I correct in saying that? Shane asked a good question. If the 45 days when we come back, if there's been no improvements, it comes back before us, then it hits the demolition list, and then it's just a matter of getting soliciting bids. See how, Shane, that's how it works.
Correct.
Thank you.
So we're just going 15 days longer than like some of the 30 days and stuff like that.
But he was only asking for 10 days on this one.
Right.
Demo, go out for demo.
Right. I just mean like some of them he asked for 30 days on, and for here, I mean, I would make a motion to give him 45 days to show substantial improvement or go to demo. Once again, substantial improvement would be codes department.
Second.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
No.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
No.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
All right, so I'd get with codes department, you know, as early as tomorrow and figure out what you need to do. So,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
We need a motion to close your public hearing.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Hey, Thomas,
Josh
before you
Jones,
leave,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
okay, I want to ask you and Bill some questions because I'm not familiar with this process yet.
Thank you.
You'll see it over and over.
These, and see, I don't know this house. A lot of these other houses, though, I've seen for 2 years sit in the same condition. So do we not have the process? Why are the letters not the process? Why do we do the letters and do nothing, then bring them in here and give them extra time? Because I know some of these houses have been like that for 2 years.
Yeah, is there a way we can speed up the process of?
It's
No,
state,
it's
it's
state
Kansas
statute.
State statute is the time frame is that.
But when we give them a letter, what are we telling them?
Yeah.
Telling them to come in here to this meeting and ask.
We don't send them letters saying your property's in violation.
They should
oh,
send
yes.
them the first letter
Oh,
telling
yes.
them that.
And in some cases, some of these homes have 3 and 4 going back years.
Right.
But I think we have turnover, we have had turnover in codes, we've had other things happen, other issues that have come up, and these just get sidelined until the next person comes along again and says, we need to address
If I may,
this.
this particular property is extremely frustrating to me. It's some of the same personalities and characters from 731 Heilman that are interlinked with this one here. They did get cited. They have been in court. That is in play, but that doesn't stop the demo process. And candidly, other than cleaning up the yard, which looks 100 times better, there's been no real work done on the house, and it continues to draw those characters and personalities that I'm
As commission, when you tell me
alluding to.
they've done some stuff, it would just be hard on me to say, hey, I know you've done some stuff outside. We're gonna demo your house. And you give a chance. And I realize other commissions have put it off. But I mean, I felt like the 30, 45 days.
I respect your decision. I do.
So here's my.
What you guys do is hard. I mean, it really is. So.
It is frustrating.
Yeah.
I was still saying it's frustrating for us as well because we send out these letters. The first one, I'll say it's a nuisance letter. That there's trash in the yard or there's some minor repair that maybe needs to be done on the home. But as you go through that process, it's a 30-day wait on many of those, and so we have to wait 30 days. And then we do a follow-up letter on that. Hey, nothing was done. I can send you a citation. It's 30 days for them to come to court. And then what we've been finding, and it's rather frustrating for us. We'll have somebody that has maybe 8, 10, 12 violations at some point. And right now they've been saying, well, if you'll plead guilty to this one, we'll dismiss the others. Well, pleading guilty to that one didn't fix even that one issue because it still wasn't done. So we're finding those same homes over and over.
I think you need to watch how you're treading here because there's a municipal court judge and there's a municipal court prosecutor that take care of that process.
Yes, and
so they are hired by the commission, but
you're fine.
I'm just saying,
yeah,
a lot of that you don't have to give the whole time frame, 30 days. You can do 10 days. You know,
is it still a thing? You know, probably a year ago, Travis or the fire, if there was no running water or electricity, you can do a 48-hour eviction. Is that still a thing?
Well, we had a residence that we were going to bring before you tonight that actually rescinded because of that very thing. There is no utilities, but there's little kids there. And I, in good conscience, couldn't come before you and ask you to demo a house where we're going to...
Steve Anthony?
Where we've got little kids that need, a place to stay. It's, we're working with the homeowner on that because it's a rental, but, I just, not when there's little kids, Josh. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, to me, that's different. I mean, if it's a rental and I'd say, we do everything you can find in the house, and that's different. If, it's someone struggling that owns it, but if it's a rental and they're not doing nothing, then.
Well, and we need to figure out a way to hold our property owners accountable. I mean, maybe that's a discussion for another day, Mr. Commissioner.
And I think we're doing that. I know Tim's frustrated right now. I can see it in his eyes.
I'm not frustrated for myself, Mr. Mayor. I'm frustrated for the
other
people
public.
in this
Sure.
town.
Sure. I mean, I know you keep your house up really well, and I think everybody here does the same thing.
Yeah.
But my feeling is that this is a different commission, and we're not saying we're just going to go ahead and you promise you'll take care of it. Well, see you later. We're saying 45 days. You come back in here, just like you cited the girl as an example on Main Street. She came in here, she pled with us, we listened to her, we gave her an opportunity, she didn't do it, the house is gone. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Now, the deal on Main Street, when I watched that before I was in here, you guys asked her pointed questions about her having the means to fix it. Why are we not asking these other people? Why aren't we giving them 10 days to get an inspection?
She brought it up. I will say she did bring it up saying I've secured a loan.
Right.
And so,
I mean, all of us know what it costs to put a roof on, what it costs to fix a foundation. I mean, most of these houses is $20,000 just to get them safe.
Well, we demoed. We agreed to demo 4 or 5 houses tonight, and we gave a couple people that came here wanting a chance, and I do not feel bad about that at all. If they took the time out, like Thomas said, a lot of these people never even make contact, and these people said, "Give me a chance." We gave them a set time, and what we need to do is just stick to that time, and I think it'll make Tim feel better.
I don't have a problem. Like I said, I mean, if we're going to talk about, a couple we gave chances to, I think a couple of those houses were homes that you either own or owned at one time the mayor owned, and I had no problem with that. But what I'm saying though is we've got to be more, we've got to stand more behind our codes team, and we've got to stand more behind the people of this town that want to see the change happen in here and see more people want to move to town. I brought people into town before and driven down the street, and they said, what'd be good here? A match, and there's other ones on that same block,
and
that are beautiful.
I will say I understand that, and some people have never had to live in poverty and live in houses that look like that, and so there's a lot of houses you can say throw a match on because you live in a $80,000, $100,000, $120,000 house, but some of us have grown up and lived in houses like that that are still structurally sound.
I can tell you that. My dad was a sheet metal worker. My mom was in poor health and died at 62, and I had 5 brothers. I had 3 brothers to a room in a 3-bedroom house. So don't insinuate that I don't know what it's like to remember that.
So we had people that asked to give them a chance, and we gave them a chance, and now they got to follow through.
Gentlemen, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you.
And thank you for your hard work, guys. I appreciate it.
Way to throw Thomas in new
Thanks,
and
Thomas.
come and speak, and hopefully he's liking his new job.
Maybe get him a laser pointer for next time.
Yeah, we need to get you.
Hey, guys, can I ask a question? I talked to Kelly about this, just since you're talking about letters. Is there a possibility that we could add a letter that states something to the effect of, the land bank and the possibility of donating these properties to the
Didn't
land
we
bank?
do that last time?
Here's,
Well, we talked about doing it in the future.
Well, here's what I would do, since the land bank's kind of separate, we want it run separate from the city, is I would suggest you or someone from the land bank to get with code saying, hey, what houses are problems with, and the land bank individually send out letters to these people saying.
I just think it'd
don't
speed
know if
up
we
the
can do
process.
because that might be confidential.
Yep.
Now that I think about it, well, that'd be a Bob question.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
So,
He picked a great week to be gone.
Yes, he did.
but thank you again, Thomas and Bill, and Norm, even though he's not here.
Okay, moving on. That was exciting. New business. I think that's where we're at, right?
Yep.
Yeah. New business. Consideration of request for proposals for engineering the lake valve. Kelly?
We sent out RFQs, Michael Mix and I did, and we got some really good qualified engineers back. And one of the things that we kind of ran into was varying ideas of how to repair the lake valves. We kind of talked out there about some of the lake amenities, and we came back from everything from Cadillac to, it just a really, really, really super expensive to some really smart work. So I'd like the authority or an action of the commission to be able to send out a RFP. And what we're asking for in the request for proposals is project design and cost. So we're not asking them to necessarily draw plans, but we want them to kind of give us an idea of what they would see that to be. Because
Sure.
I don't want to spend an extra 100 or 200,000 that we don't have to if we can get it done smartly.
You just want them to kind of ballpark what you know. What do you suggest?
Correct, and that's what I've outlined in this RFP that we're going to send out, and I've gotten rid of a lot of the conjecture. There is a page on the first page of general information project overview, but I've really spec'd it out a lot tighter.
And this is just to replace the valve that's there, right?
Yes, with the redundant valve. Yes.
So
I think it's RFP, so so possible secondary valve.
And that's what I'd like to throw at them as well, Kelly. Let them know that they have the opportunity to say, maybe you keep this valve, repair it, and put a secondary valve
and
on.
That's what some of them have talked about, going through the top of that and rebuild the valve and then just add a redundant one. So
yeah, from the way I understand it, it's the stem that gives us the static. Correct. And the gate valve, I guess, opens up from the top coming to the bottom, and there's some other particulars about it that were pretty interesting. So it'd be interesting to see the RFPs.
Yep. So I'll make the motion to go out for RFPs for the lake valve.
Second.
For the design and cost.
Yeah, lake valve reconstruction.
Reconstruction, yep. And
Josh Jones?
yes.
Matthew Wells?
Yes.
Shane Walker?
Yes.
Tim Van Hookie?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes. Consideration of Phase 1 South Industrial Park Loop Water Line Base Grant.
I have sent this off. Rob and I have been working on this, and then that was one that I sent out to all you guys, and then Josh, I think, had no, that was a different one. But yeah, we did. This was one, and we did send it out a second time and ask him to reconsider. And I did get I don't know if I included in the packet, but I did get a response to them. So evidently something did happen through our legislator. They said they would add that to reconsideration. So that was kind of cool. Jason also needs to talk about this. This has to actually go to project phase. We need to actually have him discuss an agreement so that he can add drawings to it.
Yeah, we'll have to give Hildebrand some kudos if he did.
I know, right?
I messaged him. Hopefully, I don't know if he played a part in it or if we just got lucky.
There's anyway, in front of you, there's Diane set these out, these project handouts. There's one for KDOT, and that's that road to the new, meat processing plant, and then the industrial park water line.
You might check, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I did print that out this afternoon, and I ended up with two of the same proposal, so I'm not sure if you have the same issue.
We've got both.
I've got it on my phone. You do have the water line one. So I'll go through that first on this new business. So basically, like Kelly said, you know, if that grant comes through, we've kind of got to expedite and get plans going and get the process. So we put together that proposal. Thanks. And, you know, basically we've done the initial cost estimate based on the layouts. The total construction cost, we've got $384,000. And we kind of go through the scope of work. You know, we'll do the topographic survey, preliminary design, final design, all the way through bidding to get a contract in place. And we're proposing a total fee of $37,000 to do that work. If there's any particular questions on that project, this is one of the 3 waterline projects that we worked with staff to basically select as priorities this last fall. And with that, you know, being at the industrial park, and especially with this base grant that came out, it was a really good fit for that, which is why we're trying to pursue, you know, that resubmittal and get that money where it needs to go, essentially, on that grant. But
There was an additional stub out that we had talked about on the south end of that water loop, and I don't see it on this drawing. Do you have that?
Is that going?
It'll be on the. It'll be heading out towards the highway.
To the highway, yeah. That's not a big change.
Just
yeah.
Just want to make sure.
And I'll make sure we get that.
That wasn't going to change your price on any of that stuff.
No, not for that.
Okay.
Because what, you know, basically that, at the time of that layout, you know, there was no discussion of anything happening across the highway.
Mm-hmm.
So there is this existing crossing just north of here. So my thought was we need to investigate that.
Okay.
And that may be where you get that service from. Because I think it goes to a valve vault that may be just shut off. But I'll get with Bill and Kelly and kind of explore that. Okay. And what we can do, and I guess the main question is on this, funding wise, I know we're trying to get a grant, and that's in the process. So, you know, we can move ahead and get plans on the shelf, and that's fine. That's how we're kind of set up with this proposal. If you want to make that contingent on the grant, we can also honor that as well. You know,
Kelly, would you have plans if we didn't get the grant? Was ARPA funds
Yes,
involved?
we'd have to look towards ARPA.
Yeah, we've got I know the deadline was April 30. Did we get our ARPA funds filed for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of what we've spent. I mean,
I meant the second wave of it that was due. We had to file
well, we
for
did our report, and that's once that's in, then they'll start their acknowledgement and work towards our second payment. I think the second payment's supposed to be due before August.
So we have funding for this if the grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm going to motion that we move forward on this.
Second.
I mean,
Shane Walker. Did he leave?
He left.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Tim Van Hickey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Thank you, Jason.
I mean, in answer to your question, I would like to see us get some of that base grant money. But anyway, they did say, thank you for reaching out and sharing your perspective. The Spark Advisory Panel presented their recommendation at their executive session committee on the 15th, and then they're recording these meetings, and we're hoping to schedule a meeting for executive committee to determine investment decisions in the near future. So, cool. Good stuff. Okay, also, Mr. Mayor, go ahead. Sorry.
Consideration for the city to cease operation of EMS service for Bourbon County and discontinue contract with the medical director.
Did we not have, was this information on the road and the,
Yeah, yeah, we've, that's down there
It's
in
not-
engineering report.
Oh, it's an engineering
okay.
report.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay, Josh. Okay, like I just said, ambulance.
Okay. The Bourbon County EMS will go back under the county as far as their budget. They wanted to do, there were three things they were trying to achieve. One was to try to get payroll taken care of as quickly as possible, administrative and administrative oversight resolved and in place with that, and then also insurance corrected and redirected as they take over the ambulance service again. So that was the urgency for May 1st, so they could actually move on that kind of in a quick fashion. But what we kind of need, since both parties, the city and the county, agree, just need to, when we get that new MOU, we'll adopt it. But right now we're just kind of making the motion to accept to basically waive the old MOU till we get the new one.
I will say on the new MOU, I was listening to the meeting, and they're wanting us to still service them, and they'll
Yeah.
repair. I know my only question with that is, I think we were kind of looking at possibly not having to service those anymore as far as time crunch when I was talking to.
Yeah, Tom got an assistant, and he said with that, we called him while we was in the meeting and discussed that with him. He said now that he's got an assistant and he knows the ambulances, which is really nice. And the county's gonna end up paying or compensating us for a percentage of that and what it takes for him to do that. So I think it'll be a nice agreement for them as well as us to be able to service the ambulances and keep those up to date.
All right, I'll make a motion for the city to cease operation of EMS services for Bourbon County and discontinue contract with medical director.
I'll second it.
Who was that?
Sean.
Sean.
Sean over here.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Shane Walker.
Yes.
Tim Van Picky.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
We need to remove number 4.
Yes.
Number 4 is removed.
remove
On
number
to
4.
reports and comments from the city manager.
Okay. The first thing I wanted to kind of talk about, let's see. I made some other notes, but let's go ahead and go with the handout that I gave to you. We did meet with tourism the last couple of weeks, and according to KSA 12-1695, our oversight committee that we have established is needing to be redesigned up to 10 people, and we're already short members, which would mean that we need 4 new members, and that's in page number 1. If you look at page number 1 right there behind the cover page, it will outline for you what that says in KSA 12-1695. Now, the city has what is called a charter ordinance to be able to collect transient guest tax. However, in that ordinance, it does not outline anything. So as how that's set up. So that then defers to the Kansas State legislature of 12-1695 of the formation of that. Now, there is some language in there that gives us some wiggle room as to how that can be established or assigned. In 2 places up there, it says you may establish a convention tourism committee. Doesn't say how you have to name it. And then further down, it says in the second to the last sentence, it says the governing body shall provide by resolution for the method of appointment and the length of term of members. So it gives you wiggle room on how to set that up. The second page is a current ordinance that can be changed and modified. That is the ordinance that is in place right now. And there are other options that you can entertain. You just have to set that by ordinance, and this ordinance can be changed to the needs or the desire of that according to KSA 12-1695. Okay, and then on number 3 is and that's on page 2 and 3. Page 4, I just add that's where they changed the name, just so if this goes out to anybody that's watching or viewing. The name change happened in 2017 of October 3rd, so that's just being thorough there. Now, when Bourbon County Ready came to, and I just had gotten here, one of the things that they talked about was providing oversight for the Fort Scott Tourism Department throughout the life of the interjurisdictional agreement. And it kind of outlines, I think Rob had gone through this with everybody, what they would be able to do and working with tourism as far as oversight. So one of the things, and that's on page 5, and my recommendation to the commission is that the commission considers appointing Ready to oversee the functionality and the duties of the tourism director and report directly to the city on the job performance, as the tourism director will remain a paid employee of the city of Fort Scott. So that's, I showed you all of that. You can either redesign tourism or you can just appoint Bourbon County Ready as oversight.
Discussion?
No, I mean, I think we've kind of discussed this before, given the money, and I think this kind of cleans up
It does.
The oversight and who's in charge of it.
So is there a motion?
I'll motion that we appoint Ready to oversee the functionality and duties of the tourism director and report directly to the city on job performance. As tourism director remains a paid employee of the city.
Now he has a question.
Go ahead.
Well, so what you're basically Ready becomes the advisory committee.
Okay. Yeah, and what we'll do, let him finish, and I'll get to it, Rob. Okay. It's okay. He's excited. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Cool.
And I don't know, does that motion, Diane, need to be the dissolving of the tourism board?
Yeah, we'll redesign the ordinance, and then we'll bring it back to you, because we'll have to get with Ready and get how they are structured, and so that we can set that in place according and match it up with the KSA 12-1695.
So I'd like to amend that motion to include the dissolution of the current tourism board and to reestablish it according to the paperwork.
To the ordinance.
According to the ordinance.
New ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll get that.
And they'll get that to us.
Mm-hmm.
A second.
That'll be something Bob will have to draw up. That
Yes.
ordinance.
Yes. Mm-hmm. We're making him work while he's gone.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Jim Van Hookie,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Okay, as we move on, and Jackson had brought this up, so we want to kind of figure out, the city agreed to surrender remaining encumbered funds to tourism to perform the duties they have promised, and that's also found on page 5. And Jackson is right that we, as we see it, we ended the year with, anyway, we had an unencumbered amount of somewhere in the ballpark of 75,000 something and change, and so time you take out our cash for a quarter of that for the first quarter is up for a budget of 140,000. That ends up to be 35,000. So we basically have unencumbered cash of 40,000 to give to Ready. We have 10,000 we've given them in the budget, so that gives him 50. Now there's some things that we've done that I think we need to probably change, like we gave monies to the fair board that we probably ought to take out of tourism. We've given money to other things that should come out of that too. So we can give them the unencumbered cash, but we also need to take it out of the right funds when we do tourism things. So I mean, we're really being fortunate with the plethora of money that's coming in, so the guys can advance a lot of stuff, and then we can also do other things too. Just like if you decide to help out the the golf frisbee golf thing, that should be a tourism thing. That shouldn't come out of any other fund. Okay, so just so you know,
I thought we'd already established for the fair and for the good old days. I thought we pulled that out of economic development.
Yeah, and we really need to put that back in for Memorial Hall. But anyway, we've done that. But the fireworks came out of there for the
Elks 5,000.
Right. Yeah. So just as for our budget remembrance, that's what we need to do for this next year. But we do have 40,000, 20,000 conservatively. That was just a throwdown, but up to 40,000 that's unencumbered.
We've already given them 10,000.
That's in the budget.
That's in the budget to give them that 10,000. Okay, so then if we've already agreed that the 10,000 is going to go to them, then I'm going to motion that we give them an additional 39,650 so that they have all the money to go through with the marketing plan that they have designated for this year.
Yeah, that gives them that close to 50,000.
And I'll second.
Is that what you guys were thinking?
Yeah, you're giving 39,650, which you're saying that would cover basically the current expenditures you've already spent plus all the new.
The total 50 right there.
And that will leave us good. And then at the end of the year, going forward.
Yeah, and then we'll review it again with.
I mean, I think our goal is to probably give all the unencumbered minus the 25%. What do you call it? What the state recommends keeping in that fund.
Oh, your cash law, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, just so we're kind of going forward, I hope that's the commission's opinion. You know, all unencumbered minus 25% of next year's budget.
Yeah, just keep your cash, because we have to carry a quarter since we have personnel in there. Just for your sake, if you didn't understand that, Tim. But anyway, and our auditor, I talked to him about that. That's very important to the state anymore.
And that's it. And that's going to leave us. So we're given basically
all of it, but our cash.
So we're giving all of our unencumbered from last year plus
what
another $9,000 because we're giving them 49,000, right? Altogether.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Totally, we'll give them $49,650.
Yep. Yeah, that's what they'll have with their budget.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Shane Walker.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Okay, I got some other things. As I shared, we did go back to the base grant for another drawdown on that. I talked with Frank and his son from Mid-Continental. Chase. Yeah, Chase. Anyway, they're going to put prices together for me. Rob helped me get on the window for the state and become administrator for the improvements or the oversight of that project for the building. But we've got to get them some pricing so that we can look at that and then start let them, just as kind of an FYI, so you kind of are up to speed about what we're doing. But Frank and Chase Halsey are going to be working with me, Mid-Continental, to do that and get those pricings put together. So also, we talked with Brad, and we're going to we want to go ahead and raise the part-time police officer salary. That wasn't in our packet of raises, but we want to raise them too. Brad, do you want to speak into that a little bit, or?
Who did you say?
Almost asleep over there.
Who'd you say he's going to raise?
Part-time police officer salaries.
Part-time, okay. Sorry.
Part-time.
Yes, when we proposed to increase the police officers' raises for full-time, we did leave off the part-time, and we need to think about increasing those also. Of course, we need to understand they do not get benefits. So what they get is their rate. Currently, they're roughly $13, $14 an hour. We would like to see those raised to at least 15 to 15 and a half to give them, basically something to come here to work, because we do need our reserves to cut down on overtime. So we would like to put that into the ordinance also.
What is our, I can't remember what our starting out for police officers are right now.
14.
14 is, I mean, for full-time?
Yes.
Oh, we had like 3 openings, and the whole purpose of the raise was to fill the 3 openings that we currently have so that it would reduce the amount of overtime hours. I was not even aware we had part-time
I wouldn't either.
police officers, so.
I don't think they're part, I mean, I think they're call-ins.
They're call-ins.
Yeah, they're full-time certified, but they just work part-time.
They have other jobs.
Yeah, they don't
So-
have regular
Yeah.
part-time hours. They're
Yeah,
just,
they just call.
So they're like reserve
in
officers.
need. Reserves.
They're like reserve officers.
Substitute teachers.
Well, but they're certified reserves.
Well, sure.
And
But I
that's
mean,
huge.
Chief, we have what, 3 openings right now?
I think just one now.
1.
We just hired 2.
Okay, so you hired 2, and with the 3 new ones, I mean, isn't that going to take a pretty good cut out of the overtime? Because that's kind of how it was presented to us at the last meeting.
They'll be in training for 6 months at least.
Okay.
We have a 13-week field training program, and then they'll be in a 14-week police academy. So they'll be a while before they're kicked out on their own and able to take a car by themselves.
Yeah. And how many reserve officers do we have right now?
So 3, I believe 3. Yes, Nelson Blythe, Joe Allen, and Finley. Yeah.
Okay. And they just get called in, like if someone calls in sick or
Right.
or vacation.
Yeah, we have somebody. Mental health is a big thing, and so sometimes we have to set on a person that's a mental health patient, not committed a crime at all.
Yeah.
But we have to set on them for 3 days at a time out of the ER.
So before we were running short on shifts, or they were covering a shift till you hired somebody. Now they're probably just covering if someone's sick or stuff like that. I'm assuming, is that right?
Right. Yeah. They're not They don't have a schedule that they're coming in, but yeah, if I've got somebody at training, vacation, sick.
I think that Tim's point is the less people have openings, the less time you're going to use the reserves. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we hope so.
Correct. Now I used those guys. I think we were full staffed in December, but we had that big crime, and so I pulled guys in from everywhere. So
Now you're asking for 15. Is that what you said, Brad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think because like they don't get capers, they get called in at the last minute. Can you come and
it's usually weekend stuff. Usually.
Now, do they get shift differential or weekend part time? No.
All right, then I'm going to motion we give them the raise.
Was Brad? Were you 15 or 15? 50?
Yeah,
15.
Have it.
Second.
Before he raises it.
Yeah, I wanted to get it seconded before he went to
Yeah, this
25.
Brad. Everybody's getting a raise except us around here for some reason. When are you going to fight for us, Brad?
Me and Tim got ours.
You tried to feed me a 3-day-old biscuit.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Shane Walker.
Yes.
Tim Van Tucky.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
The one last thing that I do want to say is I want to give kudos to the volunteers who went out and painted the stripes. Craig Campbell's and Bailey Lyons teams. They were, it's a huge blessing to this city, and they really, I think they went through 8 5-gallons of white and 5 5-gallons of yellow. So they really covered hundreds of thousands of man hours.
The murals look good also. Yeah.
Huh?
The murals look good also.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah. So that's all I have.
Okay. Moving on from Kelly, the engineer report.
Okay, Mayor, Commissioners, the first item on there is talking about the access road in front of the KDOT sub-area building down there south of the LaRoche ball fields. So we went through, I guess it was probably in the fall, thereabouts. We went, and this has to go through KDOT. So we went through and got a temporary permit, and the city went in and put the drain pipe and the rock, and we're calling that temporary access. But to move forward, it's got to be a permanent access. So there's another step to the permitting, but that also has to meet the same standard as the road that's already built, which was part of a previous KDOT project, which I think is in your packet. There's some plan sheets in there. So those three big plan sheets were that project. That, I think that took Hickory Road around and that turn lane on the highway. So what we need to do next is basically pave that up to the property line. And that's what that proposal, there's a proposal for that, which is the same deal. It's a set of plans that we'll have to submit to KDOT for approval with the permitting. So we're going to survey that so we make sure that drainage gets out to the highway ditch and provide you plans. So it can be bid or it can be done in-house, either way on that one. But
So we can do this ourselves, that's what you're saying?
so yeah, we'll do the plans, and then you guys, I think other than the asphalt, that may be a sticking point for the city. But
We have to have design for
It has to
KDOT
be
approval or we
designed.
won't
Right.
get it.
Yes, sir.
I talked to Troy and out there at KDOT, and they're very workable, but we have to have plans.
Sure.
What we can do is we can do the road design in-house, and then maybe we can sweet talk county to either batch us some asphalt and do it ourselves or do something, but it's not that much. So if they're in the neighborhood this summer, we could probably work something out, but it's not a really big thing, but not going to put any pressure on anybody, but we do have to go to design for it. And I guess the guy's wanting to get in end of August, first somewhere with
That's
there.
his plan, the end of August to start.
Yeah, he's kind of moved it up a little bit.
Yeah, it all depends on USDA. I mean, it's a soft timeline, but that's his goal right now.
Yeah, so,
August.
and it's going to be kind of a little bit of a process to get it through KDOT and all of their hoops of okie dokies to get it that road in there.
I'm going to motion.
and that's part of that agreement.
Yeah, it is.
I'll motion that we move forward with the engineering on.
Second.
Little tiny piece of road there.
I need the roads right.
Shane
Split.
Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
That's why I'm looking at that 52,000. We can do that, right?
Will that road be, is that road right in front there, was that platted as a city road or county road or not a road right now?
The one in front of KDOT? I believe that's laid out as a city road.
It's right away.
It is with their, it's a right of way, but it's with their property underneath. They basically just gave us easement for the road.
So
is
it'll
all
still
it
be
is.
their.
It'll still be their property, yeah.
It's public right away though.
So only fences?
No fences on the public right away. Yes.
Okay, next item, number 2, consideration of 2022 CDBG sanitary sewer project. Another project, surveyed, design, final through bidding. And this is you were awarded a grant from CDBG for 2022, just for sanitary sewer. So that whole thing was budgeted and laid out. So the final fee for that again includes survey and up to bidding, $94,500. Which part of that? I think the grant was $700,000, right?
Yeah, and what happened on that, just so you know, I kind of came in late on this, but when we got to talking, I talked with our crew and I said, look, you can't get this approved with upsizing pipe and get it through KDHE. So we had to kind of back up and punt a little bit. This is where this has to go back to design, even though we're in the middle of the project. So we're actually going ahead and running some of the other parts of the project, like the cure in place. But this is a critical piece to get the other parts and the rest of the project moving so we can actually move forward with the manholes and the upsizing of some of the 6-inch lines to 8-inch.
Any questions, anyone? I'm on a motion, we move forward.
Second.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Shane Walker,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Okay, and the next item.
Well, number 3, we're going to kind of punt on that. We
Oh, wait. Okay.
Jason and I started working on the other 2 water lines, which is phase 2. And then we kind of found out that CDBG may not be offering any grant money this year for water or sewer, which kind of is putting a lot of cities in a hurt locker. So we're going to send in a letter of, and then also contact our, a letter of need, and also contact our legislators so that maybe we could get letters of support to the CDBG. And anyway, we're hoping this will go through. If not, we'll come back with Plan B, and we'll probably punt with a different project. But if they don't offer sewer or water, we'll have to wait till next year, because $700,000 is a lot of money to not do that. So we got other projects. We're going to still do our, if you look at my CIP, we're going to still do our water line, 2-inch water lines. We'll be doing those this year and more of them next year if we don't have this. So this is just one piece that we may get, I don't know, may get rerouted to something else. I don't want to say what we might do because I don't want the crowd to get excited on the TV, but we do have a plan of things we want to spend the money on or do with our spare time if we have any. So, but in your packet there is we talked to Carrie Spoon, who's our grant writer with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission, and that's what she said. She said the best thing we could do right now is petition CDBG and get our legislators to support us.
Yeah, and part of that deal, and part of the reason, I guess the background, talking to Carrie, and even Kelly even found it on the website before I did. You know, they've got basically the Department of Commerce has proposed rule changes to these grant programs, and one of the particular ones was water and sewer. If a particular change occurred, they would push water sewer grants a year out. So we wanted to try to pursue them for 23, but they're saying if these proposed changes go through public comment and hearings, which public comment is what we're trying to give input, you know, letters of support to say, you know, we really need this to be funded. Don't skip a year. And if we get support from, you know, legislators and all that, we hope that would help, because it's going to be open, I think June sometime. But there's a time frame, and we're working with Carrie to make sure we do what we can do.
Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission is going to send out to me and Jason a form, and then I'll put the letter together and include all of you in the email as we send it out, so you'll have a copy of that. But we're basically begging them to reconsider, as we are one of several, probably 100 cities that need this.
Sure.
Yeah. So we won't have to bore you with the whole process this time. But that's all I have. If there's any other questions.
No, thank you, Jason. Okay. Commission reports. I'll go with Matthew. Do you have anything to report tonight? How was your festival?
At the fort?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
it was
see
excellent.
pictures of you making bread. And
yes, it was very enjoyable because my son Xander got to go up there and help me, which was a lot of fun. So yes, we baked 60-some loaves of bread and gave them out to the Civil War soldiers, and we had a Homes Brigade come in from Wichita. Those guys were super excited because, of course, we haven't got to do this event in several years because of situation the pandemic created, and so those guys were very excited to get back.
the main statement everyone kept making was, remember last year, and of course we were referring to 2018.
Right.
Unfortunately, that was the last time we got to do anything up there at the fort. So it's very exciting to have everybody be able to get back up there and volunteer and work with those people again.
Cool. Did we win the war again?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Haven't
that's a
got
whole
that
nother
far yet.
discussion there. Yes, but yeah, we were doing the Civil War stuff, so it was
Okay.
a lot good.
Thank you, Matthew. Shane, do you have anything to report?
Cover that bike thing.
Sure.
The
Speak into
NICA
your mic,
race-
please.
The NICA race that we had, there was over 400 people there. About 138 kids raced. They're going to come back next summer and use this venue, but they sent Frank a message and they want to know if they can use the park June 11th and 12th for a makeup race. Would that be possible? I mean, we'd have
As
to.
in 2 months or a month away?
We'd have to lock the park down.
Oh, it's probably booked. I'm sure it's booked now.
Okay.
Could we check on it and find out?
I would say, I'm saying it's booked. Those shelters are booked every weekend.
They need shelters too.
I mean, yeah, because we have to shut the park down because the track crosses.
Right.
You know, if they would have known far in advance, we could have reserved it all, but.
I wonder if there's anything we can.
I was say I didn't know if there was an opportunity to have an opportunity like this to bring people to town is great. So I didn't know if that would be an opportunity for us to say, okay, who has it booked? Would they be willing to rebook with
Is there
us?
still a way of shutting the park
really
down and
like
letting
it when
them
you call and ask them that. Let me tell you.
How large would the makeup race
We'll make
be
Kelly do
as
it.
far as competitors?
Probably 140 kids. I mean, it's a statewide deal. So
The first one was 400 kids.
no, it was 140 kids raced, and there was about 450 people there. You know, the front part of the park we didn't use, like where the big shelter was. So, I mean, you could use that because we were going down and bringing them in and parking at the shelter too.
Kelly's over here brainstorming.
What if they used the fairgrounds? Would that work?
For the bike race?
Yeah, because you could do all that around where we did the mud
Yeah, I
run
mean,
and
we
all
could
that.
do that, but they're wanting to use the trails, I think.
Yeah,
Because they didn't
Yeah.
get to ride the trails.
Oh, they'll have to wait a year. Sorry.
Is there but there's no way that we could allow them to use the area and just close down the roads during the race?
Yeah, how long would the race take?
Yeah.
I mean, the race would be on Sunday. The practice would be on Saturday because we'd set everything up Friday night and Saturday.
So how long do the roads have to be closed down Saturday, you think?
Well, Saturday during practice, they cross the road in 2 places. Actually, 3 if they set it up the same way we had it. Sunday, the race would be about 3 hours, and they cross the road in 3 places.
Because I remember when we've done bike races before, we've had volunteers go out and stand there and then stop
And
traffic.
see, that's what we did up at the top of the hill.
Okay.
We've shut the gate down at the bottom because that was the start line. It came around the field and went across. The other place would have been down there where you cross where the low water or the low area is where the picnic table, because that's where you doubled back to climb the hill.
I'm just wondering if we got a bunch of volunteers to go down there and help police traffic and make sure, then can we?
Yeah, I don't know. Are they crossing that thing like all the time, or is it just in spurts?
Well,
or?
I mean, it just depends. The older kids run in a pack pretty close together. The younger kids don't, so it's kind of one every so often.
So is this something that you can brainstorm with Frank on and involve Kelly and see if we can make something happen, and possibly if we have to find out how many of the shelters are rented, and if it's a possibility that, you know, we either shut down that section or whatever, just brainstorm to figure out how we can make all the events happen. I'd hate to turn down something like this for some picnics that might, you know, the people might say, if I had my picnic there, see, I could move to the lake or whatever.
You can come down tomorrow and help me call people.
I'll call them. Give me their numbers right now.
Sometimes they're not real nice.
I mean, I think we work out a way, hopefully, where they can still use the shelters. And
Well, that's what I would like. I mean, if nothing else, we can do what we've done before. We get a group of volunteers. I'd be willing to volunteer, and I'm sure we could find a bunch of other people in town. And then if we just stand there and form like a human wall every time these kids are coming through and ask the cars to stop, they'll stop. Because it's only 10 miles an hour through there anyway.
Lisa went to go check to see how booked it is that
I
weekend.
mean, the shelter 1, shelter 2, and what's the one on the hill?
4.
I don't know. What's it called? Number
4.
4?
Yes.
Those, we didn't utilize that part of the park. If we would have ran in the trails, we would have behind 4 and then back to the shed in the front. But that stays off the road, so you could
Close off this.
close off to the west from the Y intersection down there and use those 3. I mean, you could use, I don't know why you couldn't use those 3 without any problem. The one in the middle we used for like where they fed them all, and
So if all the shelters are still rented, can they still do the bike race without using a shelter with tents and stuff? Or they actually need shelters?
well, if it's not raining, they could set up tents for food and stuff
Right.
like that. I think the only issue is they're very cautious about how we set up for kids because, I mean, we had to go through and pull out. We couldn't have any drops that were more than 10 inches. We had to cut certain trails out, you know. They try to make it as safe as possible. So it would be up to them. Because again, we don't put this on. We just help set it up. And
Okay, so on the 11th, which is what, Saturday, right?
Yep.
5 and 7, the 2 most requested shelters with the heat and air are taken. On Sunday, the 12th, number 1, number 3, number 5, and number 7 are taken.
Yeah, so I don't know if like we do what Matt says, if that would help or not.
the course that they had set up originally starts in the field, goes across behind 3, goes down to the bridge, back up the hill behind 4, through the switchbacks, over across the road at the entrance, a little ways in there, and then down that big
There's
drop.
not another weekend that they could do the race.
Because see, they have schedules.
I know. The other reason I'm asking is that I think what Diane was saying was the more notice that we get, the more apt that there'll be fewer shelter houses booked.
But right now, there's still a few shelter houses that aren't booked on that weekend.
Right.
I mean, because if they do it, it's going to fill the park. I mean, there was every RV thing was full. There was like 40 tents. I mean, there's a lot of people. I asked Frank if they could do another week.
I'd say, you know, get with Kelly and Diane and see if you guys can work it out. I mean, I think if there's a way to
race
work
the
it out.
golf course.
Steve would love that.
It'd be hilly.
It'd be pretty too.
Okay, so I guess we'll look into that and try to figure it out as we go. Tim?
Yes.
Oh, was that your last thing, Shane?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a reminder, everybody, Big Kansas road trip's coming up. Great opportunity to highlight our town. I appreciate the stuff that the tourism folks have been doing. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody this Thursday. Jason, did the guy come down from Pittsburgh look at Memorial Hall steps yet? Not yet. Where's he live? Do we got to go get him? Because this is like a month now.
Have they ever got their bids and have they not redone the bids in Pittsburgh yet?
Okay. And then, go ahead. Yeah, because I swear every time you walk by it, it's worse.
Yeah, and Chase said if we can just get that information to him, he can chase that guy down. Chase Halsey. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I was just going to bring up to the commission, you know, there's been a lot of questions about advisory boards and stuff like that. We have several advisory boards. I think tonight we looked at, you know, not getting rid of, but moving responsibilities for the tourism board. And I think it might be time with the ordinances that are out there for some of the advisory boards to maybe go back and review some of the guidelines. What do they do? I know there was some questions and concerns about the murals in town and who was and who wasn't involved. And I understand, you know, people want to be involved in this stuff, but I think when we voted on here that night, as I recall, what we voted on was if it has passed and is okay with SHPO, then we'll go forward with it. Now, I myself treasure every single one of those murals these kids just did out there. They're incredible. But there is some question about, you know, were the proper advisory board. So maybe it's time, like tourism, we review, you know, what purpose or role the advisory boards do, and do we still need some of them, or do we need to pump some of them up a little bit? And then the last thing I got is
Tim, before you move on, I agree with you on that, and I think it ought to be asked as well, how often do they meet?
Yeah.
You know, are they active? Because we've talked about some of these boards that said we haven't met for over a year.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Lake Advisory Board, they didn't meet for a long time, and now they find it necessary to meet.
I heard one reason was their commissioner representative wasn't showing up for their meetings, so they thought they weren't important anymore.
It's called a liaison.
Yeah. And then the last thing is I think we had a healthy, if different, discussion tonight on the tear down of the houses, and I want to make it clear that I don't think anybody sitting around this table, including myself, wants anybody to be homeless. But you do have to kind of step back and look at the whole picture. I know it is very sobering, and I do understand that there, for some folks in this town, and we're trying to make things better, so maybe it's not like this, that is the best home that they can live in, or maybe they don't care about there's some instances where folks just don't care what it looks like. But you got to keep in mind too, the same, while we're talking about folks that maybe that's the best they can afford, for those folks that are stuck, and I did say folks, for those folks that are stuck, it's late. For those folks that are in those neighborhoods that are next door to these, that may be the best home that they can afford to live in as well, and they have nowhere else to go. So I am very passionate about it. I hope we can find better ways to move this forward quickly. But I appreciated the differences of opinion and discussion this evening.
Yeah, I second that too. It was good. It was healthy, and I agree that I think this commission is a group that we can all have that healthy discussion and walk away knowing that, you know, we can agree to disagree. Is that it, Tim?
Yes, and I just want to clarify again. I was trying to say folks. It is late.
Okay, so
Frank said he doubted that they could change it because there's so many people involved and it's so hard to get it set up.
And while you're saying that, before we go to Josh's moment, I would like to say to the people at home as well, this is a great example with Shane bringing this up as something that's came in on his cell phone as well as mine from Mr. Halsey saying, hey, we have this opportunity to bring hundreds of people to our community. Please mention it at the meeting. Didn't think about it, didn't have the information before the meeting. So a lot of times when you see anyone on their phone, it may be something like that coming in. You know, sometimes not on Josh's, but everybody else's. You know, that's what it is. So go ahead, Josh.
No, I just want to echo what Tim says. I mean, I think it was a good discussion. I mean, and I didn't mean nothing. You know what I was saying, and that's a good thing is that I think we're all friends enough that we can all agree to disagree sometimes.
Oh, don't put that label on me.
Except Kevin. I'm gonna ask again. Buoy placements, Travis. Did they get moved yet?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. Mark that off. And Bob's not here for Sunday sales. He hasn't sent anything to you, Kelly, about the new. And then I think he also has, if you can remind him, Sunday sales, the landfill contract. I was told it was given to him a while back.
He's out all week.
Yeah. Cooper Street update. Is that starting this week? I know we talked about.
As soon as it dries out, we want to hit that and start driving. We should. Where are we at on our samples, Jason? Okay. Leverage the engineer here.
Okay. Josh, can I ask a question real quick? The samples, does that mean they're wanting to try to use the ground that's there? Because what we voted on was to remove 16 inches, go down, and then build back up with a 12-inch base of AB3 and then 8 inches of concrete on top of that. And I only say that because they've only removed 8 inches, and then they're sampling what's there with the intention of using it. Is that correct?
That's a good question.
Yeah, well, there's two parts. So when I went out and collected the samples, they were still actively scraping the rock off and stockpiling it. So they said, I need the clay. So he dug down and we got samples of the clay. And then I also took samples of that rock. So we're going to test it for compactability so that it could either be mixed or used as part of the rock thickness. So, and it's really just about cost savings at that point. And I know rock is relatively cheap, but I know that was your cost from the county. I know costs from a quarry may be a little different, but so that was the reason. We didn't want to not test it,
right?
And then just put it to the side if it's usable.
Yep.
That's pending.
But we're still going to go down 16 inches on the rest of that road.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the typical. I'm pretty sure you're right. We had the typical that we provided before was probably, it was either 8 or 12 inches of rock with the 8-inch pavement. So,
okay.
So yeah, I think total was 16.
Yes, and then 12 inches. Then they'll stabilize that base clay with lye and rock, and then 12 inches AB3 on top of that with the 8-inch concrete on top of that.
I think so.
Yeah, but out down there in the swamp, I mean, if we can use that rock, we got to come up 3 feet or more down there in that area. So every bit of that rock that we can use is going to be excellent.
And is that why they're staging it there next to?
Yes. Yeah. So the goal is, it had enough fines in it that it's probably going to be pretty compactable.
Yep.
So it'll be suitable to mix with the clay and make a good base.
All right. Thank you.
One other thing is we still on timeline for 4 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks on the survey of the lake lots.
Yes, he started actually research already last week. So,
So the only thing I'd ask is maybe next meeting we have on the agenda discussion on how to sell those lots and where the money will go, if that's fine with the commission. And that's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, may I say one thing?
Yes.
Chief Shelton, if you could relay to whoever put up those signs that the bus drivers were ecstatic today about there being that on 12th Street. So tell them thank you so much.
I was going to look. I know there was some verbiage on times. I didn't see times on the signs. That's all.
It was this afternoon, and so tell them thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You bet. The only thing I had, and I got to cross off 2 things while we was talking because you guys mentioned it, and that was the Cooper Street report and the phones. I'd like to, and not to go back to the lake, but I actually mentioned to Tom today where the boats and the trucks park. They're not supposed to park there because that's the water overflow or what have you, but that's where they've parked for 50 years. It's still really muddy in there, and it needs gravel. We've talked about that for a while now, so I need to make sure that.
I was going to try to get some base rock in there so that if I'll check with the fellas, and they were going to see if they could. The county, and they're getting that new crusher, but they would recrush. So if not, I'll just send them out to quarry and get a couple loads of base.
Well, it's going to take more than a couple, but
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind if just check with the county and see if they have it, because I'd lots rather if we could get it from there.
Yeah, and then because it's I think I talked to Susan, but I didn't. I'll just reach out to Eric and see if he can.
Yeah, and if you could just go out there and look, because you can see where they go back in there and turn around and they get in the mud, and then they drag it all back up through the thing, and it's causing more potholing.
Yeah, if we could put down base, I think, and then we can AB3 over that.
Right, and I guess that was my other thing too. They're going to go ahead and get some AB3 in there as far as up against the wall up at Sharky's to
they did a great job, but I wasn't. The trim work was a little iffy. So.
Yeah, it was mucky. Yeah, I'll give the guys that. I stopped by when they were starting to do that.
I want them to take a jumping jack or something out there and
right. Yeah, that's going to be. I think we've got a good plan. I walked through it again with Tom today, and I think we've got a good plan to build that up and slope it away from that wall, at least deter it till they figure out what they want to do with that.
Yeah.
So that's again, to reiterate on all you guys' part, I think it was a good discussion tonight. I think we got some things accomplished. And Diane, if you could remember to change all my things to abstain on the House vote things. And I think that's probably, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Josh Jones?
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky?
Yes.
Shane Walker?
Yes.
Matthew Wells?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes. You said that to the whole meeting, didn't you?